Hi everyone. Hope you're doing well. We were just lost in the music. Shilpi, you are on mute. That's what I do all the time.
Of course. Do you think it will like figure this out within 2 years of doing online? Like, but you have to start every conference with you are on mute. I think that should be mandatory. But welcome to DevSecCon24, everyone. We are so excited for this event. We definitely have a very exciting lineup as well. And I'm so honored to be hosting this with my lovely friend Vandana. Um, how are you doing, Vandana? I know you're recovering from a lot of jet lag at the moment.
I am totally amazing by looking at you and the line of speakers and the first speaker that we're going to have and how Sam has set up everything. And another important aspect is that I just met you like 2 days ago and it
Yes.
feels like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and
So
in
that's
another
amazing.
part of the world completely. And yeah, we met in San Fran, and now you're back in India. I'm back in Australia. So this is the crazy world that we live in. But thank God things are open, and we are getting back to some level of normalcy. But how good is doing these kind of events as well, and people from around the world being able to join us. So thank you everyone for being here and for joining us and for DevSecCon24. We do have our lovely first speaker who's going to be here, who obviously I think Vandana and I will agree needs no introduction. She's a bundle of energy and brings so much on board without any introduction. But obviously we've got Tanya, Janca, and she's got a really exciting talk here. Are you looking forward to the talk, Vandana? I mean, Tanya's given so many great talks over the years. And I'm sure this is going to be another great conversation. But what are you looking forward to in her talk, Vandana?
I think I would say that every time I look at her and the talks that she gives, there's so much energy, there's so much positive vibe that comes out, and there's so much to learn from that. So I'm actually looking forward to that. Even she's one of those people that I can just keep on listening, going on and on and on. I've listened to her every talk, like every talk possible. I especially make sure that I look at her YouTube channel to understand what she's talking about, what new topics are coming around AppSec and DevSecOps. Because when we talk about DevSecOn, our main motive is to make sure that we have different aspects of DevSecOps, and she brings the best in everything she talks about. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
totally incredible.
I couldn't agree more. That's such a good thing. And obviously, we were lucky to have some signed copies of her book as well at RSA, which was amazing. So if you haven't picked that up, I think that's a must for every bookshelf for anyone following or doing anything DevSecOps. I think while we're shooting this off as well, we do have comments on the side of your chat. So if you do want to say hello to everyone who's joined us, have any questions, please put them in there. We also have awards that are happening, so have a look at that as well, and you can do some nominations for that award. We do have some sponsors who've got their booths and they're doing live events as well, so have a look at that as well. So there's a lot happening as well, but I think we won't make you wait any longer, and we'll probably throw this to Tanya unless I've missed something, Vandana.
I would say let's talk a little bit about the DevSecOn chapters because that's amazing. And we do have chapters in 12 countries. We have 13 chapters starting with Virginia Beach, Canada, Wales, UK, France, Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Hungary, Greece, Australia, and India as well.
I like the last two mentions.
Absolutely. I actually went round the way like this because you're
You
in
did very
Australia.
well to remember all of them.
Yeah, so everyone do check out the chapters, and if you want to be a chapter leader you can reach out to Sam Haburn. She's totally amazing. She takes care of all the DevSecOn meetups to chapters to projects to the conference, so you can reach out to her and do put it your comments in the chat box. We'll look forward to that.
Amazing.
Let's bring
Perfect.
in
No,
Tanya.
thanks for that. I think that was a very important thing. So we did definitely need to make mention of that as well, like all the chapters that we've got, and there's something for everyone in different parts of the world to look at as well. Now we'll throw over to Tanya for her talk, and we'll bring her on stage.
Yes, absolutely.
Hi.
Hey,
I think
Tanya.
every person who's a speaker should have two of their very good friends introduce them. That's what they should have. So they feel like super pumped up and like, I'm the best. That's true. Yeah, I feel great now. I'm going to do this. Thank you both
Definitely. No,
so
we can
much.
be your personal entourage, Tanya. Happy for that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
let me take it away and show you some slides.
Amazing. Thank you,
Can you,
Tanya.
thank you. Can you see my slides? We're good?
Yes, you good, Tanya. We'll just bring it in. Oh, yes, we can see that. We just need a small help. So you can see that you're sharing the screen. If you can just bring it a little down, I think that'll be perfect.
Where do you mean down? Oh,
Oh, at the bottom, you see the stop sharing option. If you can just
oh
bring
yes.
the a little, yes,
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, and then start sharing again. The second.
yes, no problem.
Okay, so share. I'm going to share my whole screen. Does that sound okay?
Yes, that sounds
Okay,
totally fine.
so I share. So I'm going to share, and then I'm going to make it a full screen.
Yes.
So if I do full screen, how's that look?
Oh, that's look
That's looking good.
perfect.
Okay, so hopefully my doc will disappear in a second. Okay, so how about this? Is that okay?
Perfect.
That
Yeah.
looks
Okay,
perfect. Thanks.
awesome. Thank you.
Well,
Okay,
look, we're looking forward to it. We'll just go off the screen. Now the stage is all yours.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Janca, and I am really excited to talk to you about how to add DAST to a CI/CD pipeline. So DAST means dynamic application security testing, which is one of the types of ways you can look at an application to test it for security problems. And I wanted to talk about this because I do a fair amount of consulting, and I'm often hearing from clients like, oh, we bought this cool tool and we put it into our pipeline and we turned it on like a crazy fire hose. And the pipeline then ran like 18 hours instead of 18 minutes. Or we turned it on and found 5,000 vulnerabilities. And basically, the devs don't want to hang out with us anymore, or they locked us out of the CI/CD pipeline, or sort of something like this. I added DAST to the CI/CD pipeline. It's too slow. Hopefully there's no violence involved, but so I decided that I would change the name of this talk to adding DAST to CI/CD without losing any friends. And I feel like if you're at this conference and if you're a person that has done DevOps and worked in DevOps environments, you know that relationships within DevOps is part of how it works. So before, we would toss things over the wall and I'd be like a software developer, I'd be like, ha ha, tough luck ops, that's your problem now. But with DevOps, it's everyone's problem. We have to work together and make things work. And if you are a security person and you have terrible relationships with the DevOps team, or whether you want to call them the developers and the operations folks or the SREs or whatever you call your colleagues to help make sure our software is out there and it's solid and stable, if you have bad relationships with them, you're not going to be good at getting your job done. And I have had the most luck when I have great relationships and contacts and trust with the other teams. So I say without losing any friends, because I'm making a joke, but really, truly, it's like without destroying all the trust you work so hard to build. Okay, so who am I? So I'm Tanya. I'm a giant nerd. I am Director of Developer Relations and Community at Bright. And honestly, when I wrote my own job description, I was like, wow, I can't believe I get to have this job. I basically get to speak at conferences and run the We Hack Purple community and just help them make the DAST for Bright way better and better and work with people who I like. So life's really good right now. I'm the founder of the We Hack Purple community. I'm known as SheX Purple. I wrote a book called Bob, Alice, and Bob Learn Application Security, not just Bob. I'm an advisor. I've been in tech a long time. But the main point of this slide is I am a nerd on the internet who's very excited about security, if you just take one thing away. And I have great hair. Okay, so what problem are we solving? So if you're attending a conference like this, a security-focused conference, whether you're a software developer, an operations person, a person who loves automation, a QA engineer, you care about the quality of the software. You care that data of your organization is protected and safe. You care about protecting your customers and your colleagues. And if you work in the government, your citizens. And insecure software is causing data breaches all around the world, is the number one cause of data breaches, unfortunately. And it has been for many years, according to the Verizon Breach Report. And so this is one of the problems we want to solve. Another problem is we want or another part of this problem is meeting the requirements of DevOps. So if we're going to work with DevOps folks, they have requirements. So they require accuracy. If you're going to put something in a pipeline, you can't just be shooting false positives everywhere. Speed, things need to move fast. You can't put a scanner in and have it run 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever. They talk about minutes, they don't talk about hours, and they certainly don't talk about days. And automation. We don't have time to do everything manually anymore. And that is the beauty of a CI/CD pipeline. If you're a nerd like me, the first time you saw pipeline software, you're probably like, I was pretty excited. Okay, so more. DevSecOps has requirements as well. So if you want to weave security through DevOps, there are things that you must do. So we need to test from multiple angles. So today I'm going to talk about dynamic scanning. And that is the place where I start. And I'll explain why later. But there's so many different angles. Like there's software composition analysis, there's static analysis, there's making sure that the infrastructure that's sitting upon is safe, that the cloud, everything around it is safe. And so there's lots of different ways to test. This is one of them. We need to have good relationships. Like I said before, if you are a security person, if all the software developers fear you, like as much as you might think that that's good because you think they might be, it's not good, trust me. It really isn't. I have done that before where I've accidentally scared people because I was a bit like freaking out on them about things and, you know, being really concerned, but not wording it in a good way that was clear or obvious what I wanted. And it was way worse than when I came in peace. My friend Nikki Becker, she's like, yeah, whenever I meet new devs, I'm like, I'm from security and I come in peace. And I think that's like such the best way to describe it. And the other thing is that maybe this isn't a requirement. Maybe this is like a goal of DevSecOps is I want to fix bugs as soon as humanly possible in the system development lifecycle. Like if I can write requirements that helps you avoid the bug in the first place, if I can threat model with you in the design phase, that's awesome. But once you start writing code and you start actually building things, I can do all sorts of testing for you. But it only matters if you take that feedback and do something with it. So let's start. What is DAST? Okay, so it stands for Dynamic Application Security Testing, but what does it really mean? It means that you have a web app or part of a web app or an API, but something that is running, it is functioning. And that's why it's called dynamic, because it moves. And your tool interacts with it and tests it from the outside. So it sends requests, it reads the responses, it says, let me try again. And it goes back and forth and it tries to find every possible vulnerability that it can. DAST is one of the oldest application security tools, and it's wildly popular because, well, let's talk about why DAST. Okay, so I have 3 reasons why DAST. So when I was a dev or a software developer, I met an ethical hacker. He was really cool. He was in a band. I was in a band. Obviously, our bands had to play together. But he showed me how to run a dynamic scanner, and I felt powerful. I found all these vulnerabilities in just a few minutes, and I was like, oh my gosh. And he showed me, like, you can, like, it's not legal to do so, but you are able to point it on at any website on the internet. And if you have a website on the internet that is even remotely possible, someone has probably run a DAST against it. Is that legal? No. Do people care that are on the internet that are malicious? I don't know. I don't break the law. I'm not a fan, except for when I make poor parking decisions. But the point of this is that any moron can point it at your app. If you are an open source project, they can also scan your code. They can do software composition analysis. They can do static analysis. If you have infrastructure as code, they can analyze your infrastructure. But if you have closed proprietary source that you're not sharing, the only look they get at it is with dynamic scanning. And so I want to fix those things first because it's really easy to run. It's easy to find lots of vulnerabilities. It's pretty darn fast. You don't have to be that smart to do it. I used to run workshops and I'd show people, and in half an hour, I'd have lots of 18-year-olds scanning and hacking all the things. It's really easy. And because anyone can do it and your app is just sitting there on the web, anyone can scan it, I feel I need to start with that. So that's why DAST. So what is DevOps? So this is going to be really short because if you're at DevSecCon, I kind of hope that you're like, I know what DevOps is, Tanya. Why are you doing this? I'm doing this for the people who are brand new, who I want to welcome into our industry. So please give me one moment for them. DevOps is a way to make software that is more modern than the older ways, like waterfall. Then there was Agile, and then there was DevOps. There are other things in the middle or whatever, but DevOps is extraordinarily popular because it is fast, efficient, and I'm just going to say it, it's super fun. It is way more fun than waterfall. I joke and call it water fail. But the point of the story is DevOps is a more modern way to make software. And it is not paying one person to do 2 jobs. That's not what it is. One of my cousins was like, my boss wants me to do 2 jobs. And he said, that makes me DevOps. I'm like, no, that makes him a bad boss. But I digress. Okay, so briefly again, just tiny bit more review. So CI/CD means pipeline software that automates testing and release of software. And if you're doing infrastructure, infrastructure is code. So it automatically builds your app and then it puts it, let's say, into a dev environment, and it releases it to QA, all these other places. And along the way it tests, and you can automate it to just do all of that without you. If it passes, you can make there be manual reviews and approvals. It's totally up to you, but that's magical. I used to have to do all that crap manually and it sucked. DevOps requires, just to review, these are the 3 ways of DevOps: efficiency of the entire system. So Tanya, not just your part. No tossing things over to ops and being like, that's your problem. Fast feedback, and the feedback needs to be accurate, and it needs to get to the right person. A whole bunch of feedback that goes to some system over there that no one's looking at, that's not valuable. And continuous learning and improvement. This is the 3rd way of DevOps, and that's what you're doing right now by attending this conference. Lastly, not all security testing needs to be in a pipeline, and we're going to talk about that just for a bit, but mostly we're going to talk about how to be cool and run a DAST in your pipeline without taking off all the other teams. So let's talk strategy for putting a dynamic scanner in your CI/CD pipeline. Yes, high fives. So the first strategy that I see is running your DAST on full blast, and that is where you lose your friends. So I did that when I first did the DevSwap project, and I was making a pipeline. I was really excited, and I ran a DAST that is a good, fun tool, and it ran forever. And the other devs were like, why does it take so long? And that's what I was doing. And our app did almost nothing. And it still took quite a while. And so I had to figure out how to do it faster so that no one turned it off, because that's what devs do. I know, I am one. I turn things off behind your back. They're making my job difficult. Okay, so the next thing you could do is you could refine your scope. So I started to figure out, if I worked at a place with really smart QA people who were recording their tests, I think it's Selenium that they use, where basically they record a HAR file. So that's an HTML archive file, or .har. So they will record testing part of it. I could take that, shove that into my DAST, and then it's like turning it into a scalpel, and it would just test that one part. And it'd be laser focused. It'd be 20% of the time. It'd be way faster. And so as my team was releasing new stuff, I'm like, cool, QA person, are you ready for that new feature? Nice, so am I now. And then I'd feed it in there, and they would take care of the HAR files for me. And I have to say, this only works if you have help. If you are one AppSec person and there's hundreds of devs, you will never be able to keep up with this. But if you have a really great QA team that's doing automation, first of all, they should be your best friends forever, because they are testers and you are a tester. And 2, because if they're doing automation, why not get more value from the work that they do? So another thing you can do, so this sounds zen, or like just only test what worries you and what you feel like testing. That's not what I mean. So whenever I start doing consulting somewhere, the first thing I do is I go through all our previous scans, I shove it into Microsoft Excel, and then I do a bunch of VLOOKUPs and HLOOKUPs, and then I figure out what their top 3 problems are that I see all the time. And spoiler alert, 2 out of the 3 are almost always, no one's using any security headers, even the easy ones, and there's cross-site scripting like there's no tomorrow. And then the 3rd one's always weird. And so I take that and I start telling everyone and singing the praises of security headers, telling them all about it, what I wish they would do differently. And I basically I start testing for that and I start watching it go down. I do longer tests, not on the pipeline, but I teach everyone about those things. I ask them to fix those things. I'm only scanning in the pipeline for those things. And once everyone's passing that, by that point, I've figured out a new thing that's wrong that I want to work on and eliminate. And then I start testing for those things instead. And the idea is that you can start seeing things get better. And that is a beautiful thing. Technology specific tests. So everyone should just do this ever. So if, let's say you have a dynamic scanner and it has special tests for Ruby, a special test for Microsoft SQL Server, a special test for MongoDB, as special tests for WordPress, as special tests, et cetera, for different technologies. If your project is not using that technology, turn off that test. This seems super obvious, but most people forget, or they just ignore it, or they can't be bothered. Take that time. Like if you have a WordPress site, definitely keep it on. But for everyone else, just turn all of those things off. Only keep the ones that apply to you. And then you will get better value out of the dynamic scanner because it has special tests for your thing. Turn all the rest of it off. Don't waste time. Okay, so now I want to briefly break into testing APIs because this is a thing that has just come up 4,000 times, and I feel like it's a secret that I want everyone to know so that it's no longer a secret and we don't have to worry about it anymore. So when I first started pen testing very quickly, people are like, can you test APIs? I'm like, I think so. And I would run a dynamic scanner, which I won't say the name of because it's like a competitor to ours, and that's rude, and you should never make fun of your competitors. I believe in respect across the industry, but there was a scanner that I was using, and I would point it at our API, and it was perfect. Not even an informational. And I was like, okay. And then I ran against another one, and eventually I'd run it against 27 of our APIs. It said all of them were 100% perfect. I'm like, I'm looking at it right now. These cookie settings suck. There's like no security headers. There's this missing. There's that, blah, blah, blah. I can tell this is not, and I'm not saying that my devs weren't good. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying everyone makes mistakes. If I write a chapter of a book, you better believe that there's going to be 100 different errors in it that someone else can see because it's a second set of eyes. And so no developers, including me, especially me, writes perfect code 100% of the time. And there's 27 APIs, one of them's going to have something wrong. So I was like, oh, dynamic scanners just suck at APIs. No, that's not what's wrong. It turns out what you need to do is take your API definition file. So your open API file, sometimes called your Swagger file if you're using a slightly older version. You need to open that up and lint it. So sometimes it's called an API schema, an API definition file, whatever you want to call it, but you need to complete the file. So when I, as a dev, I'd just be like, hey, here's a variable, it's a string, and then I would do stuff with it. But when API definition file prefers you would do is be like, this is a variable, it is a string. It contains lowercase letters A through Z and uppercase letters A through Z and 0 through 9. And that's all it contains. And it is a minimum of 5 characters, but it's a maximum of 100 characters. When you tell it that much detail, the API can defend itself. It now has input validation. And then when you give that API definition file to the dynamic scanner, it's like, oh, I'm going to go to town now. I'm going to test all of those things and make sure it's tough. So it's very important that you lint your API and complete your API definition file. All right, now you know the secret. So here is another secret. You can still be in a DevOps environment and not put 100% of your tests in the pipeline. You can still do a good job, get good results, and have your boss like you and be like, make your organization more secure effectively by putting some things in the pipeline. Like for instance, only technology specific tests that applying a HAR file, and then perhaps, there's just so many things. Just only doing the scope that is important to you, or only doing the 3 top things that are important to you at that time. But you still want to do other testing because you still need to take a very good look at the app. So what else can you do? So a thing I like to do, and maybe you're going to think this is boring, but scheduled, automated, regular scanning. It can be in prod or pre-prod, but you want to look just like prod. Run it every week and check to see if there's anything new. Check to see if your scanner needs to update. Always do updates. If it's a SaaS product, cool, it's updating itself. But if you have it installed, always turn it on, run all the updates, then run your scan, because there's probably new tests, maybe bug fixes and other cool stuff in those updates. Always run those updates. But you can have your scanner run on the weekend and test every single thing in prod or pre-prod, depending upon how safe your scanner is. Take a look at those results on Monday. It doesn't matter if it runs 18 hours. It's okay. You look at it on Monday and you're like, oh, that looks like nothing, but that looks kind of scary. I should talk to them about that. And it's okay to do a super long test if no one's waiting on you. Another thing you can do is one-off or manual scans. So whenever I get a tool or I get an app for the first time, I'm not sitting there perfecting my CI/CD pipeline call. I immediately just be like, punch directly. I just want to point my scanner on it, be like, tell me what is up. The first time you get a tool, this is how you learn about it. This is how you configure it and play with it. And eventually you get better and better. And the first time I have an app, I want a complete look at everything. And then I'm going to start scheduling things or automating things in other ways. But the first time you look at something, you want to know what you're dealing with. And so there is still a point for manual scans. Penetration testing. So a lot of highly effective pen test shops I've seen, what they'll do is they'll roll out a DAST that has low false positive rate. And basically they'll go see a client, they have a kickoff meeting, they talk to them a bit, they're like, whatever you got, I'm gonna scan it now. And they just run the scan and they're like, listen, this is what we found so far. We will be back in a month when you're ready. We want all of that fixed. Don't pay our manual expert, like our experts, to spend manual testing time to find things that we could just find with the DAST. Make us work for our paycheck. So I've seen when I was a pen tester, I started doing that. I remember my boss was like, why are you helping them cheat? But when you do that, you save the client time, you give them more time to fix those critical bugs, and the client gets more value. So penetration testers, they use a whole bunch of tools, they do a lot of manual things, but there's still a lot of automated testing going on. There are other tests. Like I said earlier, you can't just do DAST. It's not enough. I know that I work for a DAST company, so I'm probably supposed to tell you that it is, but it's not. Other important security tests include static analysis. So that's analysis of the code, the custom code that your team wrote that makes your app unique snowflake. Software composition analysis. So this is checking all your dependencies. So this means making sure that your software supply chain is actually safe. IaaS, so this is interactive application security testing. And this is a new 7 or 8 years old now, but a newer type of technology that helps you test from the inside out. Secret scanning. So although static analysis tools do this, I still like to run secret scans, especially on check-in, so I can stop people from putting, an API key or something else that should remain a secret into the code where it is no longer a secret. Okay, so I want to show you briefly, because I had a lot of people ask me about this, where can you do dynamic scanning in the system development lifecycle? So the first place is the very first time code runs, which is in a unit test. So if you have devs writing good unit tests, you can do security unit tests. So you can send them malicious input to make sure that not only they do what they should do, but they do not do things they should not do. And so then if you write security unit tests, every time you check your code in, you run those, and then you do regression testing. So making sure any new features or changes you've made don't cause new security bugs. And then next, if you are publishing to a dynamic, if you're publishing to a dev server, or even if you're running in localhost, you can spin up your app and you can just yourself, pew, 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 run a dynamic scanner on it, find those bugs, fix them, and then send it on to QA that will hopefully run a full dynamic scan. They're like, I have lots of time. I am in a waterfall situation, or I'm in Agile, and I'm going to just run on this one new cool feature. Whatever it is that they're doing, you can do that in the testing phase. Also, manual penetration testing, there's an option for that there as well. Then once you release, in your release pipeline, again, a tuned DAST. So that's what it's called when you remove tests that don't apply, or you hone in on only certain features, etc. That is called tuning your tool. And then lastly, scheduled weekly tests or monthly tests, depending upon how much time you have to look at reports, basically. I mean, it's usually free to just run the scanner as much as you want if you have a good license. So weekly is fine. So I bet you're thinking at this point, so this is when I can run a dynamic scanner, but how does it feel? How does a DAST feel when you're running it? So this is how I feel when I run a DAST. I kind of feel like these little kittens. I feel like it's really important to know how it feels when you do testing. Like, this is how I feel when I'm using a DAST. Some of my friends feel like that. Some of the people at Bright told me that's how they feel, but this is definitely me when I'm listening to music and I'm running a DAST. So basically, it's important to know how you feel. You have to have a certain number of cat memes in your InfoSec presentations, or else you get sued. It's just a law. I don't make the rules. It's just true. So conclusion, we must do dynamic scanning, because if your app is on the internet, anyone can point that tool at it. They can find things wrong. You want to fix those things yourself. You do not want the first time that you find out about it be a malicious actor. You want to find the easy things yourself. Automation is our friend. If you're at DevSecCon, you already know that. So dynamic testing in a pipeline must be fast and accurate, or you will cause problems with your relationships with other teams. You will be causing a ton of friction. We can do dynamic testing outside the pipeline and still be DevOps friendly. You can still be awesome. You're not failing if you do things outside the pipeline. I've seen people think this. That's not true. If you are still securing your org and you have good relationships with dev and ops and they are getting their job done and you are too, you are amazing. Other types of testing are still needed to find as many vulnerabilities as possible. And lastly, the people from Bright are pretty silly. Mostly me, but I like to think that bars, anyway, we're silly. Okay, so now I have some free resources for you, and I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but here are some, almost all free. So the books aren't free, but everything else is free. So yay, free stuff. Okay, so I have a podcast, the We Hack Purple podcast. The first season is all the different jobs that exist in information security, what they're like, and how to get one. And then season 2, which is new, is short little mini lessons where we learn a thing about security that I didn't know. Basically, it's my excuse to invite people I think are cool on my podcast and then ask them questions. It is on all the podcast places and on YouTube. So like I said, none of these books are free, but the first 4 books are just about DevOps. I do not believe we can do security right if we are not doing IT right. And for me, in my opinion, DevOps is the best way to build software. I'm not saying that I hate the other ways. I'm saying I feel it's just the best way. And I love these books. And I wrote the last book, and I think Alice and Bob Learn is excellent. And my mom says it is too. I don't think she read the whole thing. Okay, so also join the community. So last month, my company was acquired by Bright. And so now all the We Hack Purple courses are free. So if you join the community, which is free, there's no upsell. There's nothing that we sell you in there. All of the Academy courses are now in there for free. So AppSec, secure coding, Azure security, CI/CD pipelines, and DAST, all that stuff, all of it is free. Okay, next. Every Monday on Twitter is Cyber Mentoring Monday. And today's where I am located currently. It is still technically Monday. I pair people with professional mentors, and I pair people, I mean, I start off a thread, people come out and put themselves out there and say, I'm looking for a professional mentor. This is what I want to learn. And people connect. Sometimes people are extremely generous and they offer to mentor people. They meet, they have meetings online or sometimes in person. And out of this has come mentorships, jobs, friendships, and all sorts of learning. And so if you want to give back to this industry or you're looking to get into security, please just check out the hashtag and make someone's entire year. Lastly, or no, there's one more thing. So Bright. So I did not write all the things on the Bright blog, but I would love to take credit for them if that was true. But they have a lot of really cool technical articles on their blog, and then resources me. So I am a nerd on the internet. I have a blog, a YouTube channel, newsletter, and I tweet a lot. I really like Twitter. And so I am on the internet to basically help people make more secure software. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for watching, for bettering yourselves, for working towards making the internet a more secure place. And I want to thank DevSecCon for having me. It is such a pleasure to be at this event. Thank you. Now I want to ask if there's any questions.
So if anyone has any questions, feel free to pop them through. Sorry, Vandana, I think I cut you off there.
I think I was saying the same thing.
Cool.
Thanks for that talk, Tanya. I think I'm definitely going to try and have some cat memes up my sleeve. And I have that image of you, whenever you're doing DAST testing, I'm going to be thinking about cat memes. I think while anyone is popping through some questions quickly, just wanted to, obviously, these events are great and they are free for the community, but do definitely want to thank the folks that actually make this all possible, and which would be our great sponsors that we've got. So for today's event, we do have CodeFresh, Contrast Security, Snake, StackHawk, and Sysdig, who've sponsored the event. So thank you so much. Obviously, these events are possible because of your support. Also, I think Vandana has very kindly shared the Discord community link. So if you want to have the conversations going, which is very important for part of these talks, please join that as well and share your comments in there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And especially now we're all here, we can see a lot of thank yous for Tanya. So thank you. That is awesome. Belin, Kenrick, everyone says. So Cassie says that thank you, Tanya. I may have some more specific questions regarding questions in mobile automated sec testing. So while we talk about DAST testing and putting it in a CI/CD pipeline, how exactly we can do it for mobile applications?
I have only tested a mobile app manually before. So generally, I proxy, through my phone, I would proxy it and then use a dynamic scanner or web proxy to manually test. I haven't been able to do it in a CI/CD pipeline, but I also haven't been a pen tester for 5 years, and things have changed quite a bit since then. And so I mostly do AppSec now, and I tend to focus a lot on companies that are taking huge monolithic applications and reworking them into microservice architectures. So I do a lot of API stuff. And with a mobile app, usually, quite frankly, it's a bit of a GUI, and there might be a hybrid situation, and maybe they're caching data locally, but usually all the heavy duty work is done by APIs. So all the API stuff, if you want, could still be tested with a CI/CD pipeline. It might sound weird to test the back end separately than the front end, but I believe you should test the front end, and you should separately test each of the APIs on their own. I hope that doesn't sound weird or really strict, but I guess that's what I'm like. I hope that helps.
Yeah, Tanya, absolutely, it helps. It totally helps because there are few times when we talk about mobile-based applications, or in some ways it is different. But again, there are few test cases which are actually similar to the web applications. But there's one thing I do want to add about mobile verification standard, or MSVS, from OWASP. Probably they can take a look at it. There are really amazing guidelines there which can actually help them.
Thank you. I like it when other people help me answer questions. It's good. I look much smarter.
Oh, you are smarter. We know that. I am sure people will bombard you with all the questions on your Twitter handle because they were asking, what's your Twitter handle? We want to reach out to you there. So I'm
It's
sure Casey
here.
and so many more people would reach out to you.
Cool. Thank you so much for having me. And
Thank
I hope
you,
the rest
Tanya.
of the conference is amazing.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Hope everyone enjoyed that there as well. It was, as always, a great talk from Tanya, and there's a lot to take away from that. I was definitely taking lots of notes. I think next up we do have Matteo Rosi and Paolo Spagli, who will be talking to us about automating serverless security testing. So obviously serverless is something that is increasing a lot in adoption. There's a lot of that's happening. So this is quite a interesting topic and quite current as well. So we are definitely looking forward to the topic as well. Welcome, Matteo.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm quite excited after Tanya. It's an honor for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's our house is in front of you, and now you're gonna all jam pack for the talk.
I have the all the slides, but Paolo talk in the second part of the speech, so I can start now, and we
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. So you're going to start now, and then Paolo will join in, right?
Oh, okay, but he should already in the backstage, but okay.
Sure.
So
We'll just pull your slides in,
yeah,
and get started with the talk.
okay.
Amazing.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. You're good to go, Matteo. Your stage is all yours.
Thank you very
Looking
much.
forward
So,
to it.
good morning, everyone. I'm Matteo Rosi. I'm a security researcher in Contrast, and in my past, I'm working as in defensive and offensive field of security, and also I was a software developer, so I merge all the souls for this talk. And there is also Paolo, my colleagues.
Hi everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience. Obviously, Chrome closed in the exact minute the stream starts. So hi everyone. I'm Paolo Spagli. I'm senior security researcher at Contrast Security. In the past, I worked at Baker Hughes in cloud engineering and architecture for almost 5 years.
Okay, so we are starting to talking about cloud native application, serverless application. And for us, this kind of application is not only the development pattern. Yes, of course, we don't have the difference from a monolithic application is quite clear. In the cloud native application, we have many resources, many microservices that are configured to talking each other with the events. In a monolithic application, we have a great code base that handle all the flow, all the data flow. And to support, to develop, to create this kind of application, we need to change all the phases of the development. We have to change the cycle. We cannot proceed with a waterfall approach when we try to develop this kind of application. We need to go with the agile method, but not only agile, hyper agile. We need to approach with the DevOps process, DevSecOps process, of course, because we need to deploy many times in production for day. So we need to handle the security. We need to handle this development in different way. And so we have many steps to do to deploy in production in this kind of application. And so it's mandatory need to automate every process, every step to go to permit the application to go in production. And also the developers. The developers has more responsibility for this kind of application because every developers usually needed to deploy in production more times for a day. So of course, more power bring more responsibility. I don't remember who says that, but and so we needed to change completely this kind of approach. We bring an example of a cloud native application. This is this graph represents a small application from our customer. So you can see it's a huge number. There is a huge number of components connected each other and communicate each other with events. So testing manually this kind of application is really difficult. It's really difficult to testing manually, to deploy with a single process, no? Like I said before, with a single deployment process, like a monolithic application. What means I have to change all the components together? No, I need to have a DevOps approach, change a single component while the other components continue to work with it. So a green-blue, for example, a green-blue method to deploy in production. This is an AWS application, so you can see different components with different color. The purple one is an API gateway, so each API gateway exposes or internally or externally, I don't know, some endpoints. And the orange components are the Lambda. Why are we talking about orange components? Because the Lambda is the component that contains the code developed by the developers, by the customer. So we're talking about events. The architecture of this kind of application is a event-driven architecture. So every component talking each other using events. The events trigger the execution of the components. In that case, we have many triggers that many components that generate events that trigger a Lambda function. The Lambda function contains your code and how it's work. The cloud service provider, when an event triggers the Lambda, create a container, boot up a container with your code, run the code, and after the execution, terminates the container, usually. And this is another thing, because the cloud service provider, for performance for performance, usually cannot terminate the container, but reuse it to handle another events. And this is can bring some security events we're talking about later. So in that case, your code inside the Lambda, and of course with your code, usually there is also your mistake and your bugs. Another overview about security aspects in the Lambda. The Lambda usually is run in a container in a read-only environment, except the TMP directory is the only directory where you can write something. It's not wired to the internet, but can reach the internet. This means you can talk with the container, with the API gateway, with the other components that expose the service on internet. And you cannot communicate directly with the container, but the container can reach the internet. And with the demo, after the slides, I can show you how exploit a vulnerability inside a Lambda, and the Lambda communicate to the internet some sensitive data. So I can implement an exfiltration from that container. The data usually is temporary because the container is ephemeral, but of course, for performance issues, sometimes a container can be reused. And also, the code is inside the environment. It's inside the container. So if you have a local file inclusion vulnerability, LFI, you can lose the privacy of your code. An attacker can exfiltrate your code, and also can exfiltrate the environment variables. And in this kind of in the container, there is all the sensitive data, the AWS key, secret key, inside the container, inside the environment variables. This is some aspects we need to understand to create a secure application. So, what could go wrong in that case? This is a simple, the simpler application. We expose this application expose an API REST to the internet. We have the client that communicate with the API gateway. The API gateway generates events that trigger the Lambda. The Lambda run with the context, with the role. The role is a permission used by the Lambda inside the cloud service provider. And so the Lambda can access or read or write, I don't know, with a DynamoDB instance. So could go wrong with this kind of application. I can test it using OWASP ZAP application. I can generate HTTP call to understand if this application is vulnerable or not. Yes, it's true, but this is a kind of cloud-native application. What's happened if the events is not generated by the API gateway, but by, I don't know, an Alexa skill, for example? I don't think the OWASP ZAP working with audio audio trace, audio with multimedia, and able to generate malicious payload in audio. And this is different. It's completely different, and we cannot test with the common security tools. And I will share with you a YouTube link where our head of research, Tal Melamed, tried to exploit a SQL injection vulnerability inside an application with this architecture. I share after this speech. So a quick demo. I want to show you how we can exploit a famous Spring vulnerability. It's not Spring for Shell, but it's the other one, the Spring expression language vulnerability. This generate remote code execution, this bug. And so I will show you how we can exploit this to exfiltrate some sensitive data from a container. Of course, not demo effect, it's not the demo effect. So you can see I insert a payload in a header, HTTP header, the root expression header from Spring. I run I make the call with the Postman in that case. And I try to exfiltrate this data using a server in my control. And can you see in the bottom part of the screen, the secret key exfiltrated from the container. What happens? There is a bug, a vulnerability inside the Spring framework. If you want to use Spring framework in the Lambda, you can use it. And when you trigger the Lambda, the cloud service provider going to call a function from the Spring framework. That function has a bug. This bug can be exploited in this way with a simple payload inserting an HTTP header, and something can happen. In that case, I exfiltrate the secret, and so using that secret, I can run some code in the same context of that Lambda, with the same permission of that Lambda. So it's quite clear that one of the things we're going to lose when we approach with a cloud-native application, we lost the perimeter. In the monolithic application, we have a load balancer or a reverse proxy in front of the application. Sorry, in front of the application, and the load balancer route every call to the components that have to handle that flow. And after the load balancer, every flow are handled by the monolithic application. In the cloud-native application, the serverless application is not true. It's not true anymore because, okay, I have the API gateway that route a single call, a single kind of call, but I can have more API gateway that trigger more different kind of Lambda. But also, if I have to upload a file, I have a S3 bucket that take the file, trigger an event, and call another function. So we're going to lose this perimeter. And so we needed to change the way how we secure the application. We need to go to a zero trust approach, a least privilege approach, to secure the perimeter of each Lambda. And of course, we have to go through the self-protecting code. We need to harden each component of this kind of application. Another example, in this case, I talk about the least privilege approach. We have a very simple Lambda, 20 lines of code. This is a Lambda that places an order in a commerce, in a cloud-native commerce. And you can see in this line, we have a DynamoDB instance, a table, orders table. And we can see the code going to put an item inside that table, only one order. So the context, the rule used by this function is this is the rule is the permission, no? How the Lambda can do. In that case, we have the action, so the permission, and the resources over used by the Lambda. No? In that case, this Lambda can do any action in DynamoDB in any table of this instance of DynamoDB. It's quite too open permission. So we see we use only path item, so we can harden this rule and put only the path item action to avoid this Lambda make some other action. And of course, the resource only the orders database or orders table. All the access to the other tables is not unused in this Lambda. So why give the permission? No? So it's quite easy to do this manually with only one function of 20 line of code, 20 line of code. But what's happened if you have 100 of Lambda code, more long, more 100 line of code of 100 Lambda? It's quite difficult to do this manually. And so we need to automate this process using a DevSecOps approach. So we're talking about event-driven application, no? So we're talking about change approach, change how we can see the security in the cloud native application, and also OWASP. I think everyone know the top 10 OWASP. Also, OWASP changed the top 10, adapted to the cloud native application. In that case, I show you the top 10 for a serverless application. And of course, the first one is event injection. We're talking about event-driven application, no? So it's natural, it's obvious. So, Paolo, up to you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much to join us.
So let's show my screen. So how we can test a serverless application? Let's see.
Paolo, we can, okay. Now we can see.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
So how we can test a serverless application? I have taken this example from AWS case studies website. It's from the iRobot Roomba system. This is just one flow of the entire system, but it's a good, simple example to see for the talk. So as you can see, a device in iRobot Roomba try to register himself on the system. So you have an API exposed using API gateway. API gateway trigger Lambda that talk with AWS IoT and send a message into the queue. The message in the queue trigger another Lambda that call another Lambda that complete the registration process, adding the right information in the registry, setting the policies and the IoT rules. A simple application, and let's see what we can do with traditional application security tools on this application, how we can test it. Let's start with the easy one, SCA and image scanning. So you can run Snyk or Claire or any other tool. There are many also open source and provided also by cloud service provider. With this type of tools, you fix the problems that you import using the third-party library, so which is a good thing, as we have seen recently with the most important vulnerabilities. But this scan covers a small part of your application. It doesn't cover your code, the infrastructure that support your code, and the configuration, as Matteo was talking a few minutes ago, of your Lambdas. and your cloud services. The next, infrastructure as code. Fantastic thing. So we can shift left, we can do DevOps, we can run a security scan of your Terraform template, or if you're using Pulumi, you can scan your code. But again, we have zero code coverage, limited visibility, and also we don't have prioritization, because this type of give you that as a result that you have hundreds of public buckets without so much context. So you have to go and check each one of them. But if you are, for example, exposing a website, it's lazy to have public buckets, but maybe in some cases no. So you have to check one by one, and is adding effort and noise to your work. IAST. So IAST is the modern AppSec tool. I think is the most accurate and reliable tool that we have today. Enables DevSecOps. But again, in this environment, we don't have servers to instruments. So it's difficult to put in place IAST in a serverless environment. DAST. DAST is another great tool, but it needs endpoints to be tested. It needs the response to be checked, and in serverless environment is not always the case. Looking at this, at our example, you may be able to test this API exposed by the gateway, and maybe the code of this Lambda if the Lambda is synchronous. But in many cases, we have an asynchronous response, like we got your request, you are all set. That's it. So you don't have something to check in the response. So again, maybe you are able to test this part of your application, but for sure you are not able to test this part that is triggered by the queue message. So it's not possible to reach and to cover this piece of code using DAST. So you may have nothing to test with DAST. SAST is another great tool that can give you great feedback on the code of all your Lambdas. You can run SAST on all your Lambdas, even if maybe you may have some issues on scaling if you have a lot of Lambdas. But the main issue with SAST is the fact that you don't have context. You lose the context because serverless is not just code, it's code and infrastructure. And SAST tools are not configured to look at the infrastructure and the configuration. So you may lose context, and also you may have some difficulties due to the flow, because the flow is not linear. So you may have in the middle of your Lambda a call to another cloud native service, and so the tool can provide you strange result or increase the number of false positives. So as you can see, there are many tools. Each one of them is giving you something, so it's good to run, but it's also a lot of effort put them in place in a serverless environment, and maybe it's not worth it because the results are not effective. In addition to this, there is another key point in cloud native and serverless environment, that is scaling. So it may be enough, or if you have few Lambdas, but what if you start having thousands, or if not million, as we have seen in some of our customers' Lambdas? So in that case, you have a lot of services. It's difficult to understand what is connected to what. Also, you have frequent deployments, because DevOps and cloud are environments that increase the number of deployments. You obviously, if you have many Lambdas, you have many developers, and the number of AppSec people remain normally the same. So it's, and as Matteo was showing before, security is not even the same in a serverless environment. So basically, you may lose the focus on what's important, because as you know, in security, it's not possible to look at everything. So you have to prioritize based on the risk of vulnerabilities. And so with all this noise and all these things to look at, you can lose the focus on what's important. So we suggest to have a different approach with a different mindset, that is installing an agent in your cloud environment, using a seamless and fully automated onboarding that is possible in the cloud with few clicks. And then this agent can run a full discovery of your cloud environment, looking at resources, the relation between the resources, the interfaces, policies, and also all the services that are used within the environment. When the discovery is done, the agent can run an analysis that look at your code first and foremost, then at the weaknesses, at the attack surface, the flaws that you have in your system, so that then using this information, the agent can generate and execute dedicated attacks on resources and flows. For example, if you have a Lambda triggered by an S3 bucket, the system can generate dedicated attacks to see if the Lambda is vulnerable to local file inclusion or other type of attacks. So when continuing in the flow, as we have an agent installed in the environment, we are internally, so we can see if the simulation have an effect. So if there is a real exploit or not. So we are not like DAST that we are outside. So and we test the application as a black box. In this case, we are in, and we can check we can check the logs, we can check the database, we can use many services and tools to check if we have a real exploit and show and send it back to you. In addition to reporting and integration, because maybe if there is a vulnerability or some findings, you can send a message into a Slack channel. The nice thing is that we can also continuously monitor the environment for changes and drift. So if a developer add a new API or change the code of the Lambda, we can change what has been changed in order to have a fast feedback loop, and give immediate feedback without doing anything, without any action from the developer. And so you can keep the environment under control. So with this approach, also if someone creates something new, we can run again the complete analysis if it's a new system or a new Lambda or a new service, and do the loop again. So we can make continuously monitoring and continuous scanning of your cloud environment without intervention or something similar. So let's see an example, a very simple example. So if Mario, the developer, had a new API that trigger a Lambda, we can identify the flow of this API. So we can see that it triggered the Lambda, that then upload a file into a bucket, that then notify a Lambda, and the Lambda send an email to the customer. So we can scan this flow for vulnerabilities. We can scan each component in isolation by themselves, and we may be able to identify a vulnerability in this function. So we can get the result. Maybe we are able to get the access key, and so we can identify the impact of that vulnerability. So you can see that the storage, the S3 bucket, the function, the email for the customer, and maybe more important, the DynamoDB tables can be accessed by a potential attacker if is able to exploit that vulnerability. So this is it. Just few words. So a contrast, we recently released a CLI we called CodeSec by contrast is for serverless. So you can use it for free and you can start playing with it. You can get result in less than 1 minute and you can see if result for your lambdas. You can have a least privilege approach, as Matteo was talking before. You can see if there are vulnerabilities and so on. So feel free. You're more than welcome to go to the website and start playing with it. Your feedback is more than welcome. At contrast, we also contributed to a couple of OWASP projects, the serverless top 10, as Matteo was mentioning before, and also the classical vulnerable application developed using serverless technology for testing purposes. Thank you very much for joining us. Feel free to reach out with your questions. We will be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Matteo and Paolo. It was amazing. I was just going through every part of it, and you really stitched it very well. Especially
Thank you.
serverless is something which is right now needed the most.
Yeah,
So
thank you very much. Yeah.
it was totally amazing, and a lot of people are waiting for you on the channel that we have on. So please do check that out. And yes, everyone, do join us on Discord as well. Now, before we head out, I do see one question for you. Actually, they've actually said that it's good, great work, team security in serverless cloud. Any ETA for CodeSec SCA, which is software composition analysis?
I think it's planned for this summer. So few weeks and you will be able to use also SCA. At the moment, we have only serverless and scan.
Amazing. So coming very shortly
Yes,
this summer.
yes.
So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, and please send us feedback. So we made this for developers, so because we want to help developers secure their serverless environment or any other application with SCA and scan. So, and we need your feedback to make it better.
Sure. Thank you so much for joining us, and please do join us for the chat at this Discord, and we'll look forward to having you in the future sessions as well.
Thank you very much for having us.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Shilpi, are you ready for the next speaker?
I am. I definitely am. And the talk title is really interesting. So we have had a speaker change. So we do have a really exciting talk, actually. So we do have Randall, who'll be joining us very soon. And I'm looking forward to the talk. Obviously, it has a very interesting title, 12 Factors of Pain and Suffering. So that in itself, kind of definitely excites me as well. And from what I understand, we're going to be learning from his experiences, and he wants other people to sort of gain knowledge from that as well. So we'll bring Randall on, and he can tell us a little bit about what he'll be speaking as well. Hey, Randall.
Hey, what's up, Shilpi? Hey, Vandana. So cool to see you all again, since we were just hanging out in person a few days ago. So that's pretty neat.
I know. We were just talking about it. We were all in the same city, and now we're all literally across the globe and fighting different time zones and trying to sort of stay awake. And Randall's living the hacker life, staying awake late at night. What time is it at your end?
It's only 10 p.m., so it's not that bad. But I'm in California, and so we are, I think, literally on the opposite sides of the earth from each other right now. But that's what's so damn cool about the internet. You get to make friends and hang out with people in person and around the world. It's the best. So
Totally agree with you. And thanks for jumping on at the last minute. So that's really amazing. Thank you. And we,
Oh.
before we start the session, we do want to know about a little, just a snippet about what this talk is going to be all about.
Okay, I will tell you. So I wrote this talk a couple of years ago, so it's about 2 years old maybe. And at the time, so I've been writing code for pretty much my whole life. So I got started when I was 12 years old. I've been writing code for over 21 years now, which tells you about how old I am. I'm pretty old at this point. But it's been like my entire life's passion. And through that time, I've gone from being a complete noob when I was a kid to nowadays, after writing code for 21 years, still being a considerable noob. And so not that much has changed. And I would say that one of the things that, when I'm talking to new developers and people that are sort of getting into the space, they always have this like idea that like, as you practicing it better and better and better, you make less and less mistakes. And I don't think that's true. Like I screw things up literally all the time. I'll be the first person to admit it, and I thought it'd be fun to talk about the 12-factor application, which is a series of these 12 best practices for building scalable, dependable web applications. But instead of just talking about like, here's the principles, here's how to do things the right way, I thought it'd be more fun to tell you about 12 ways I've actually screwed up each of those things over the years. And so that's what this is, a series of my 12 personal factors of pain and suffering that have screwed me up for a long time.
That sounds amazing, and I'm really looking forward to it. And as you said, it's quite well put. Like we can all learn from each other, and it's so good of you to actually share this with the community. So I think, without further ado, we might just throw to you and let's hear about these 12 factors.
Let's do it. Let me know when you got the slides live and everything looks okay.
We're looking
Stage
good.
is all yours.
All right, cool. So as Shilpi and Vandana said, this talk is called the 12 Factors of Pain and Suffering. And really, it's just a list of my own sad programming stories. So feel free to drop some comments in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them afterwards, or you can always tweet at me. But these are real, actual things that have happened to me. None of this is exaggerated. These are like the story of my life, basically. So real quick about me. So I'm Randall. I work in DevRel and community at Sneak. So it is amazing to meet all of you here today. And a couple of things you should know. So I'm a Python, JavaScript, and Golang hacker. These are sort of like the three primary programming languages I work in nowadays. In the past, I did a lot of lower level operating system development stuff, but this is sort of what I work on nowadays. I've also been doing open source like my entire life. So I love open source. I'm an author, so I write a lot of technical articles, security stuff, programming pieces, etc. But most importantly, I would say that like I associate with being a builder. I just really love to build things. And I think because of that, I've had the sort of good fortune to work on just a ridiculous amount of weird, unique, interesting projects over the years, some of which I will share with you tonight. So first of all, what is the 12-factor app? Well, if you haven't heard of it before, it's a methodology for building simple, scalable, and dependable web apps at the end of the day. It was created by Adam Wiggins. So he was one of the founders of Heroku, with like the app hosting platform. And if you want to learn more about this, you can go to the website. It's 12factor.net, like the number 12, then the word factor.net. It is one of my favorite websites of all time because it's really simple. It's really like just dependable, and it lays out these principles in a really crystal clear way that I am going to do a huge disservice to tonight, I'm sure. But as I said when I got started, the reason I thought it'd be fun to share all this stuff is because as an experienced developer, I've screwed things up a lot in my career, and a lot before I even had a career. As a matter of fact, I still screw things up constantly today. And so, these are just fun stories to teach you some of these principles. All right, so let's get right into it. Principle number 1, code base. So when you're working on a project, generally speaking, you always want to have one code base that's tracked in version control that you deploy many times. So what does this mean? Well, let's say you have a project, right? You would take that exact same code base and you deploy to like a production environment, a staging environment, maybe a local development environment, or multiple local development environments. But the important thing to note is that it's one code base that you just deploy to these different environments. And this is sort of a best practice for dealing with a code base. I think we can all sort of agree upon this. You look at it, it looks pretty straightforward. So you're probably wondering, how did you screw this up? Well, back in the day, this was in maybe 2009, I had started a website with a couple friends of mine, and it was like becoming a full-time business. And basically the way the website worked is if people would Google a phone number online, they would land on our website. So we were the #1 ranked website on Google search. And we would basically say like, hey, click here for more information about this phone number. people would click through to our webpage and they would see a bunch of information about the person that owns this phone number. Like, this is a person, they live at, this area, they're not a spam bot, just basic information, maybe their cell phone provider or whatever. And what we would do is we would sell affiliate links for basically these visitors to get more information about a person given their phone number. And that's how we'd make money. And we would make something like $50 per affiliate sale. So it was a lot of money coming in from this website. Now, this was all running extremely well, and we were getting paid a lot of money until Google released their Panda search algorithm update. Now, I believe this was back in, I want to say 2009, 2010. But when Google released this major search algorithm update, it completely destroyed our business overnight. So our entire website, it was tnid.us, got completely delisted from Google. And so we showed up in no search results at all. And so we went from making a lot of money every day to making $0 a day. And it freaked us out. So I was actually on my first vacation in 2 years, I think, when this happened. And it was so annoying because the entire vacation I worked on this. But basically what I did is I said, okay, well, we have two things we have to do. First of all, we have to figure out how to contact someone at Google and figure out how to get our website unbanned. There must have been some issue on their end, and we'll sort it out. In the meantime, though, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to copy and paste the code base for the existing site, tnid.us. I'm going to purchase a new sketchy domain name for this for this thing. I'm going to make a new logo. I'm going to rewrite the wording on the homepage. I'm going to change this color scheme, and I'm just literally going to relaunch the same code base with these minor changes under this new domain name and hope that this new domain name is going to get picked up and indexed by Google over the next few days so we can still have some revenue coming in. So that's what I did. And this took me, I don't know, 8 hours or so of work, something like this. I got everything live and I sat back and I was obsessively checking, Google Webmaster Tools to see if our website had gotten picked up. Well, the next day, things started working a little bit. We started to see some traffic. We started to get indexed on Google. And after a few days, things were starting to run pretty well on this new domain. And so I thought, oh, maybe we're going to be okay after all. But then this new domain got banned. And so then what I did is I freaked out again. And I said, okay, I got to keep the original domain running and this domain in case this gets unbanned. And I'm going to create a couple additional domains. So I copy and pasted the code base again into 2 different iterations. I bought 2 more domain names. And then I went through the painstaking process of changing all the logos, the color schemes, the name, and all these things. And these websites also both got picked up by Google, but then shortly banned a little while afterwards. And so I was basically in this massive copy paste cycle for about a month and a half where I was essentially trying to outsmart Google. And what I would do is every day I would work insane hours and I would literally copy and paste my old code base, buy a new sketchy domain name, run some code I'd written to spit out new logos and images, and then alternate color schemes and do all these things to try to trick Google into thinking that these are different websites. And over time, as you can imagine, this method slowly stopped working altogether. And so this allowed us to continue on for another month and a half or so, but it was brutal. Now, the worst part about this, and the reason why it was so brutal, is because every time I did that, I was maintaining now 20 different copies of this same code base. And I was literally, every time we had to make a change, going into all 20 versions of this code base and editing things in order to make this happen. What I should have done if I was smart, which would have saved me a ridiculous amount of time, is I should have templatized all the things in a single code base and just deployed it to these different environments. And so I know that this isn't really the exact perfect scenario described by the 12-factor application, but I think it's super relevant. And so the lesson learned for me is follow the code-based rules and you will not feel as much pain as I felt. All right, second factor is all about dependencies. So whenever you're building an application, you always want to explicitly declare and isolate your dependencies. Now, again, this sounds super simple, makes sense, right? So again, how did I screw this up? Well, here's how it works. First of all, when you declare dependencies, let's say you're building a JavaScript application, you're going to have a package.json or something like this, and you're going to specifically write out all your dependencies that you need to build your application. And then when you isolate them, you're essentially saying, I'm going to go install these things, which is going to take all the things that I've written down and build a little environment so I can run my application. And again, this all makes sense. Now, the way I messed this up was years ago, I was building an image optimization API service. And the way this worked is that if you were a user, you could essentially send my service this image, whatever image you had, this really super cool image of a crow holding a knife, which I thought was awesome. and you take this image, you send it over to the image optimization API service. What I would then do is I would say, okay, let me go ahead and optimize this image for you. So then I would send back the optimized version of the image to the user, and it'd be a smaller file size, but quality would be the same. And so the user would be happy. Well, on the back end, the way this worked is this was all running on a VPS. So on this VPS server, this was just a single server, service. I had installed a bunch of these command line image optimization tools. So there were things like OptiPNG, JPEG Optim, GIF-Sickle. There was a few others I don't remember. But basically, the way things worked is every time an image, would be sent to the service, I would literally shell out to one of these command line tools to optimize the image, take the resulting image, and then send it back to the user. Now, this service was working absolutely great. I put it online. It was an open source GitHub project I wrote. I put it online, and over time, it started to get some a sizable amount of free users. And what ended up happening is one day I started having all of these, service notifications from my provider saying like, hey, you're going over your usage limits. Your VPS server is like running out of memory. And so I thought, oh, cool. I took a look at the traffic. I saw I needed to scale it up. And I thought, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally create a second VPS server, put a load balancer in front of both of these things so that I can then, just route traffic between both of these things. And I literally took my JavaScript code base, I copied it over onto the second VPS server, I ran my npm install, and then I updated the load balancer and thought everything would be fine. Unfortunately, things were not fine. And the reason things weren't fine is because, of course, on my second VPS server, I didn't have any of these command line applications installed that my application needed in order to run. Yes, I had all of my JavaScript dependencies, my web app dependencies, all of those things, but I hadn't fully considered the entire spectrum of dependencies that my app needs. Now, at the time, if Docker had existed, it would have made this problem like moot, because I could have packaged everything up, including like my code, all the command line tools, all these things into a Docker image. But this really goes to show you that when you're thinking about dependencies for an application, you have to think about it holistically. You can't think like, oh yeah, it's just this one little part of things over here, over there. You really have to think about it in the terms of the big picture. And so that's how I screwed that one up. So next, let's talk about configuration. So the 12-factor app states that you always want to store configuration data in the environment, aka environment variables. Now, if you think about sensitive things that you're going to update from time to time in your applications, you might have things like a database URL, a price for something, max number of threads you want to run for like a given, application server, or API credentials, right? Now, the way I messed this one up is back in the day, I was doing a lot of telephony work in my earlier jobs that I had. This was around 2009, 2010, 11, 12, things like this. And a lot of the work that I did was based on top of this open source Linux software called Asterisk. Now, if you haven't heard of it, it's really cool. It essentially lets you write code to program like phone calls, SMS messages, things like that, and just makes it super easy for you. And at the time, I just started scaling up this free teleconferencing software that I was working on, and I was trying to deploy it to like a really hot cloud provider at the time, aka Rackspace. And this was before things like Terraform existed. And so I was trying to write some bootstrapping code, which would essentially take all the code that I wrote, deploy it to a cloud server or to a new cloud server, and then set everything up for me. And so what I did is I manually provisioned a Rackspace API key, and I wrote some code that basically took my Rackspace API key and used it to provision a server and copy over all of my Asterisk stuff onto the server, run all the setup commands, etc. Now, I was working on this, and I decided, hey, you know what? I'm trying to test this out to see if it works. So what I'm going to do is I think I was running like Hudson or Jenkins at the time, a CI system. And what I wanted to do is I wanted that CI process to basically kick off this bootstrapping procedure. And so I was like in the testing and development phase of this. This was all open source. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and hard code my Rackspace API key directly into my open source code base on GitHub, just for a little while, just to see if my CI system will pick it up, run all the things necessary, and actually do the bootstrapping. Now, I knew at the time this was a terrible idea because like I was putting my sensitive API key public on the internet. But I thought, it doesn't really matter. Like no one's going to be looking at this thing, whatever. And so I went ahead and pushed it live, and I tested things out. Things worked absolutely great. I didn't notice any issues. And so I went to sleep. Well, as soon as I go to sleep, this is what happened, I presume. Some jerk out there was running a bot that was looking for noobs that were uploading their sensitive Rackspace credentials to GitHub, like me. So they scraped my API credential and immediately started making requests from using my API key to Rackspace and basically provisioning these massive servers that they would then run as Tor relays. And so that takes a ridiculous amount of bandwidth. So I woke up in the morning and completely freaked out because I saw all of these billing emails from Rackspace. And when I took a look at it, I noticed that I had a negative $25,000 account balance. And Rackspace at the time had actually tried to bill my personal credit card hooked up to my Rackspace account. And it failed because my personal credit limit was like $2,000 or something at the time. And so, of course, I had like absolutely no money to pay for something like this. And so this scenario was absolutely terrible. Now, thankfully, I eventually figured out what had happened. I contacted Rackspace support and they were absolutely amazing. They were like, look, it happens all the time. Don't worry about it. We're going to like reset your billing stuff. So they were amazing. But the lesson learned is don't be lazy. And in a lot of cases, even when you know better, like I did, you're sometimes still lazy. You sometimes still do the wrong thing. And this is just a reminder that that can be very costly. So, try to store your config data in a good place like the environment, or maybe in like a secure environment storage like tool, like HashiCorp has some options there. But this is sort of the lesson learned. All right, next, let's talk about backing services. Backing services. So what are they? Well, basically, you have a production deployment somewhere, and you have all these services that your production application relies on. So maybe if you're sending emails, you might rely on an SMTP service. Or maybe if you're deploying or storing files in a bucket system like Amazon S3, you're going to need like the Amazon S3 deployment URL somewhere. Or if you're talking to a database, you might need the database URL to connect to it. And the 12-factor app states that whenever you have these like backing services, you want them to act as like attachable resources. And what that means is you should be able to easily just update this one URL here and instantly have your production environment switch from one Postgres database to another. So you should have these things just be easy to add and remove. That's really all it means. Now, this here is a self-image of me that I drew of myself as a really young programmer. I was super happy. I had great ideas. I was really, positive about everything. And I was maybe 12, 13 years old, something like that. And I thought, you know what? I'm an amazing programmer and people need to know about this. So I need to make a blog. So I started my first blog on the internet and I was really excited. I used to write on there all the time about things I was building and research and stuff like this. And it was pretty exciting. And this was a blog that I built custom myself, of course, in PHP and used MySQL. And I ran it on a shared web hosting service, one of those cheap ones back in the day. And when I went to college, I was a really shy, nerdy, introverted kid. I didn't really know how to make friends. And so I thought, you know what? What's going to make me some friends is if I give out pirated movies to everyone at school. Now, I went to college, or I got out of high school in 2006. So I think I went to college in 2006 or 2007. I don't really remember. But this was like a super cool thing at the time because like piracy was like all the rage. It sort of still is, but hence the flag back there. But I thought, hey, this is going to be really fun. I'll make some friends. I'll be like the cool person on campus. And so what we did is my roommates and I ordered the Netflix 4 DVD per week subscription service. So we would order 4 DVDs a week. They'd come in the mail. I would rip them myself. I would upload them onto my shared web hosting provider. And I would just hand the link out to all my friends at school. And this worked. So I made some great friends and met some really cool people. It was super awesome. Until one day I run out of disk space on my shared web host. And so at this point in time, my blog, I'd been working on it for maybe 7-8 years at this point. And I thought, hey, I've learned a lot. I know that I can scale this thing now and make it way better, properly architect the entire thing. And so I decided the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, this massive blog, which is consisting of like hundreds of these PHP files just strewn all about the var dub folder. And I'm going to rewrite it so that instead of using the free local version of MySQL installed on the shared web host, I'm going to create a separate independent MySQL database server. I'm going to move all my logic into there. And then I'm eventually going to create a separate file server to host all the movies and then just architect the thing properly. So the first thing I did is I provisioned this MySQL server, copied all my data over, And then I went to go integrate it back into all of my blog code. And what I realized is that this was actually ridiculously hard to do. And the reason it was so ridiculously hard to do is because in all of my PHP files, like hundreds of them, by the way, I was just randomly connecting, using MySQL_connect and just like not supplying any parameters because I was connecting to MySQL on localhost with no username or password on the default MySQL port. And so I had to actually go in and rewrite I think thousands of MySQL invocations all across this project. And it was a total nightmare. And so the lesson I learned here is whenever you're using attached resources, whether it's MySQL or, an S3 bucket or whatever, always treat them as attachable resources. Make sure you're storing these credentials in an environment variable ideally, and make sure that it's something you can easily swap out so that you're not relying on just thousands of lines of custom code like I was. And that's me being extremely annoyed when I realized how terrible of a programmer I was, by the way. All right, so next, build, release, run. You always want to strictly separate your build and run stages. So what does this mean? 1 second. There we go. So you have your code, and when you're going to get it ready, you have a build process. And ideally speaking, you want to have some configuration data, which is like a package of your environment variables, configuration information, everything like that. And all of these things get created into what we would call a release. And the release would be the thing that actually goes live and does stuff in the real world. Well, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I was sort of a script kiddie as a kid. I think you get the idea by now. And basically what happened is when I was working on my personal website on that shared web host back in the day, I had my website code on my computer and I had my web server running live on the shared web host. And so whenever I'd work on the shared what I would do initially when I went to work on my website is I would write some code locally, then I would SCP it over to my live web server, then I'd refresh the page and test it out to see if my PHP code worked. Now this was fine, except as your project grows, this SCP command gets really, really slow because you're just copying tons of files over all the time and it just takes forever. And so what I said is you know what? I don't really need to do this anyways, whatever. I'm just going to SSH straight into my web server, modify my code files directly, and then test things out without all the delay. And then what I would do is after I would do that, it would, if once I got things working, I would then try to copy the working code back onto my computer. So I had a local copy of it. But then sometimes I would lose track of which one was doing which, and then I have to copy code from here onto there. And it was just a massive nightmare. And so it was bad. And it was really frustrating. And that's why you always want to separate those build, run, and release stages of software. If I had known that back then and followed those principles, I don't think I would have had such an annoying time. Now, unfortunately, by the way, everyone, I realize I am talking incredibly slowly here and telling these stories slowly. I apologize. I realize I have about 6 minutes left, so I'm going to probably finish one more of these, but I don't think we'll be able to get through all 12 of them, so I apologize. Now, going back to the story real fast, processes. The 6th factor in the 12-factor app talks about that you always want to execute your application as one or more stateless processes. So what does this mean? Well, the key here is stateless. So when I was building this conference calling service, this free conference calling service back in the day, I had this application. It was deployed in a data center, and I had multiple instances of this thing running. And the way it worked is these were all running on separate physical servers. And so I would basically have this massive pool of phone numbers, and each of these phone numbers would be assigned to a different server. And in reality, there was 100 phone numbers assigned to each server, but you get the idea. And what happened is what was cool about this free conference app is that you could set up a conference room and you could custom record your own voice prompts for it. You could customize the entire thing. And so people really enjoyed it. And what would happen is when people would call in and manage the custom voice prompts for their conference lines, each of the recordings they recorded would be stored on the server in which their phone number was assigned to. And so this was sort of the way I'd originally architected this application. Now, this worked pretty good until one day, one of these physical servers in a data center in Pennsylvania, completely went offline. And when that happened, my code worked. So my load balancer over here essentially rerouted all of the phone numbers that were going to this server to the other existing servers. But what happened is I got a lot of angry user complaints because people just said, hey, my conference number is working, but all of my custom voice prompts are gone. And what ended up happening after I did some debugging is I realized, well, when this server went down, the custom voice prompts that were on this server were not on these servers. And so this wasn't really a stateless process, you know, like this was a very stateful process, because each of the instances of this conference calling application essentially was very stateful, and it was bound to a physical server. And so this is not something you want to do. Now, let's talk about port binding real fast. I was just told by one of the hosts, by the way, that I am allowed to go over because there is a break. So I apologize, but you know what? This is Zoom, or it is virtual, excuse me. And so you could always just take a break and watch this if you want. Now moving on, port binding. So the 12-factor app states you always want to expose services you're building, web services, via port binding. Now, this isn't as relevant today because things have changed so much, and you know, people are using a lot fancier systems, that this is sort of like dated information. But regardless, I think it still rings true, especially if you're talking about deploying things in a manual way. Now, you know, back in the day when people build web applications, they would bind them to port 80 or port 443, things like this, to have, you know, TLS. But this is just a really bad thing to do. Essentially, what the 12-factor app states is that when you're doing things this way, you're shackling yourself to a very particular port. And instead, you really want to let your routing layer of your application, whether that's your Elastic Load Balancer or like, you know, your Kubernetes cluster that's managing things, you really want that to be able to assign your application ports for you dynamically. This way you can run as many instances of these applications as you need to in order to scale things out horizontally. Next, concurrency. So the 12-factor app states that you always want to allow your application to scale via the process model. So what does this mean? Well, imagine you have a web application and you have a couple different instances of your web server. So you have Web 1 and Web 2. These are two web applications, two web processes, if you will, that are both receiving incoming requests via a load balancer. Now, you also might have different types of processes. So maybe you have a web application process, but you also have worker applications running behind the scenes. And you should be able to dynamically add and remove these processes in order to scale your application as needed. You might also have other types of processes, et cetera, but you get the idea, right? You should be able to dynamically just add more things when you need more capacity and remove things when you need less capacity. Now, my story here goes way, way, way back. Like one of the first big projects I ever built as a kid was I built my, like, I thought it was super cool, by the way. I thought this application was like super next level at the time, but I used to go on IRC all the time. That's how I met friends and learned about programming and things. And I built an IRC web application that would let you just join IRC from a browser and interact with people in the chat rooms. And at the time, like, I don't think this had been done. I might be wrong, but this was like a really long time ago. And I thought it was like super amazing. So I built this application. I shared it with some of my friends on IRC, and people really liked it. And so I decided I was going to scale this thing up, turn it into like a proper business, and just like, you know, be like the next, you know, internet celebrity, basically. But the way this application worked was the web app would literally allow you to join different IRC rooms. And in order to scale this thing, I was writing this entire thing in C, by the way. I decided to run the entire application as a Linux system daemon. And so it would basically run this massive master process that the operating system would boot up. And it would fork itself off into a bunch of child processes, one for each IRC chat room that people would join. This worked pretty well, but as I got a few of my friends using the service, I noticed that like over time, what would happen is one of the processes would eventually die for whatever reason. And then that would cascade, and that failure would eventually kill the daemon, which would then restart the entire process. And so therefore, all of the child processes would die. And that would therefore disconnect people from IRC and, you know, kick them off the network so they lose some chat history before eventually reconnecting. And so it was a huge pain. Now, I worked on this application a lot. Like I put, you know, hundreds, maybe even 1,000+ hours into this thing. And I was never able to completely solve these problems. And that's because doing inter-process communication in C is really hard, especially if you're like, you know, a 13-year-old kid and you're not that knowledgeable. But regardless, I think that if I had known about the 12-factor app back then and I could, you know, better think through this in my mind, what I would have said to myself is, hey, instead of building this one massive application daemon that is doing its own, you know, multi-processing and all this work, why not just have each process be its own stateless, small, contained thing? And why don't I just make a way for it to, for me to be able to add processes horizontally and not have this one amalgamation that's sort of doing everything? I think that would have dramatically simplified the types of problems I was solving. And maybe today I would have a really cool, business or story about a successful IRC web application, is that one that just sort of failed and sort of fell into obscurity. So next, the 9th factor in the 12-factor app, we're almost there, is about disposability. And the rule here is that you want to maximize the robustness of your app with fast startup and graceful shutdown. So you always want your application to shut down gracefully when a SIG term is received. You also always want to shut down within a few seconds. You don't want to let things linger. And finally, you want to be really robust against sudden death. So even if your application is killed with no warning whatsoever, like kill-9, it should still, be able to spin back up and handle whatever things it was in the middle of doing without causing any sort of weird side effects. Now, going back to that free conference calling app I told you about earlier, at this point in time, I was starting to scale it up and things were getting a little more successful. And so we had requests coming into a load balancer. The load balancer was basically dynamically scaling up and adding various processes to essentially handle more and more calls as they would come in through different times of the day. But I was running into issues with my auto scaling code because as I would add new processes, I would realize that I would start them up, and then after about 30 seconds or so, they would fail and then just restart indefinitely in an indefinite loop. And as I was debugging this auto scaling software that I'd written, it actually took me quite a while to figure this out. Eventually, what I learned is that, and by the way, this is all written in Python, and this is pretty accurate. This is pseudocode, but it's pretty accurate to what I remember the actual code was like. But essentially, what I realized the issue is I had this startup routine. And so the process would start up, and the first thing it would do is run this download audio function. And this would essentially go off to a Rackspace file server and download all of the MP3 files for all the custom audio prompt recordings for all of the conference lines assigned to this particular process. And once those things had been downloaded, it would then bind itself to the appropriate port. Everything would be running, and the process would start accepting new incoming calls. And so this worked okay in test environments, but when I ran it in the real world, it would cause this behavior here. Well, what I later came to realize is that this was actually the issue. Running the download audio thing when the process started up was causing problems because when my auto scaling software would boot up one of these sub processes, it would then go and attempt to download something 700 gigabytes of audio files. And that takes a lot more than 30 seconds to finish. And so what would happen is I would download every audio file, not just the ones for the particular conference numbers I needed to. And so therefore, this process would take longer than 30 seconds to complete. The process would never actually bind itself to the port. And so the autoscaler thought that because it never bound itself to the port, the process had failed, and so it would kill and restart it. Now, this goes back to those 12-factor application principles, because had I sort of followed those rules about having a really fast startup time, really fast being able to recover from shutdowns in a graceful way, this wouldn't have been an issue, and I wouldn't have had to do all this debugging. So just a reminder that these things do make a huge difference in the real world, and it's great to keep them in the back of your mind. All right, next, dev prod parity. So you always want to keep your development, staging, and production environments as similar as possible. This one's super important. This is something I've done. By the way, I'd like to admit that I've learned this lesson, but I literally do this all the time because it is so convenient, and it's sort of, I don't know. I'm a bad person, I guess. But basically, let's say I have some code running in production, and that code is being deployed to Postgres in the real world. I love Postgres, awesome database. Well, a lot of the times when I'm working on things in development, instead of using Postgres, I'll use a SQLite database instead. That way I don't need to actually run a Postgres process or have a fancy development environment somewhere remote. I just literally run things locally. It's super fast and easy. But this has bitten me way more times than I would care to admit because of things like database compatibility issues. For example, did you know that if you're using SQLite and you define a varchar and you give it a particular length, that SQLite actually completely ignores it and will allow you to store any length of varchar inside of that item? And so that becomes an issue because maybe something in your test environment when you test with SQLite that works, when you go to production will break. And this exact thing has literally happened to me a handful of times just from the ones that I can remember. And like I said, I still do this today. So I'm embarrassed to admit. But if I were the type of person that really wanted to do this properly, what I would do is make sure that my development and production environments were basically identical. Like if you're using Postgres in production, use it in development too. Make sure you have things as similar as possible to the real world scenario. That way you minimize the risk of stupid things like this happening to you. All right, next, logs. You always want to treat logs as event streams. So imagine you have an application that generates a bunch of logs. Well, the rules are A, you always want to store your logs ordered by timestamp. B, you always want to write your logs to standard output. And C, you want your logs to consist of all of your process and backing services. That way, if anything ever happens, you can always go in and reconstruct log-based information to figure out essentially what went wrong, right? Now, again, this all makes tons of sense. Now, this one in particular is something I screwed up that actually cost me a lot of money, so pay close attention. That free conference calling app I told you about before, I sort of previously described the telco infrastructure. Now I'm going to describe the web application side of it. So I had this web app that people could go to get one of these free conference calling numbers, set it up, record voice prompts, and do all this stuff. And that web app talked to an API server I had that was built in Python. And all of my Astra servers, which were running in an actual data center, whenever a call would come in, essentially, they would then send, an API request to the API server. The API server would basically write an entry into a literal CSV file called calls.csv. And that CSV file would essentially have the phone number that called, and then the number it was calling to, which conference number it called to, and then the duration, the start and stop time of the call, and then a bunch of other metadata. But those were really important pieces of information because this information is what we use at our company to get paid. So what I would do is at the end of the month, I would literally run an SCP command, and I would essentially copy this massive calls.csv file from the root of this API server onto my local laptop. Then I would send it to the telco. They would literally add up all the billable minutes and then pay us a certain amount of money for how many billable minutes we used on the service. And so that's literally how we got paid. Now, one day I was doing this and I noticed something was wrong right away. I ran this command. I was trying to check to see, it was about halfway through the month. I was trying to check to see where we were at and what our business projections were going to look like. And the command completed super fast. And I was like, that is so weird. This always takes forever. And so I was looking into it, and I was looking into what I did, and I realized, oh my God, I ran the SCP command, the same one I always do, except I reversed the arguments. I put SCP dot root at, IP address calls.csv. So what I had done is I'd copied the empty version of the calls.csv file from my local laptop over onto the production server, completely overwriting the original calls.csv file that contained the accurate count of our billable minutes for the month. Now, what I should have been doing at the time, which I was not doing, is I should have been taking the logs from each of these independent services and dumping them all into some sort of log router. It could have been into a service like Sumo Logic or Loggly or literally, LogDNA, anything. This way I could have gone in and actually taken a look and reconstructed these calls. Unfortunately, I did not do that. I specifically disabled logging and only used this system. The reason why is because when I first built this, I started running out of disk space on these servers here because they were generating so many logs. And so I thought, I don't need them, screw them. And so I completely disabled them. But the end thing is that this cost me a lot of money because we completely lost account of all of our calls for about half a month. And that was, hundreds of thousands of dollars at the time. So yeah, this is a real world example of how logging can actually be detrimental to you if you don't do it sometimes. So final factor is admin processes. You always want to run your admin and management tasks as one-off processes. So what does this mean? Well, this is a real world thing I did. So I had to run a database migration on an application. And this was really simple. Basically, all I had to do was was modifying a database schema. And all I really had to do was run the command Python manage.py migrate. And this would basically take my database migration code, execute it against the database, and things would work just fine. Now, ideally, if you want to do this, what you would do is you would code this into a task. You deploy that task to your infrastructure somewhere in production. Then you would fire off some production task to actually make this work. What I did instead was this. So I was working on a new feature one night, and I, had to alter the table to add a new column to make this feature work. And so I wrote all my code. I wrote some database migration code, and I was ready to deploy this thing and get it running. And I basically said to myself, well, I only need to do this once, and I sort of want to get out of the office. Like, I've been here all day. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the database migration from my laptop instead of deploying it, like I said, into a separate code task and like having it run in production, all that stuff. And so on my laptop, I literally just ran Python manage.pymigrate. The database migration was executed successfully, and I hit deploy to production. Let's get the new feature out there. So I do this and deploy the feature, and I start immediately getting calls from my boss, and he was saying, "Hey, the entire platform is down," and he was so mad. He's like, "What were you doing?" And so after doing some debugging later, what I realized I did is when I ran this Python manage.pymigrate locally, I'd forgotten to update. So I was actually doing a migration against the SQLite local version of my database and not the production Postgres version of my database. And so this is just another reminder why you always want to keep these things running, even for simple management administrative tasks. In official production infrastructure, you want it coded, tested, the whole 9 yards. So don't be lazy like me. So that's it. Those are the 12-factor application principles. I hope that was fun. If you want to check out some more of my stuff, you can always check it out here. Ignore these things. This is from a while ago, but my personal website is rdegs.com. I also work at Snyk. It's an awesome company. So if you want to check it out, please go to snyk.io, SNYK.io. And yeah, I'll be around. So if you have questions, tweet me, hit me up in the, in the DevSecCon chat. And thank you so much for the time, everyone. Adios.
Thank you so much, Randall. It was amazing. People were totally smitten by it. And there are questions. I would let Shilpi take the question, which is a wonderful one.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. That was awesome. We've got some amazing content. People have taken a lot from it, and everyone's loving your slides as well. And I think Vandana and I totally agree. We might not get time to address all the questions, but there's one that I particularly want to know, and I think it's come from Muni, and it's like, what quote would you like on your hacker hoodie?
What code would I like on my hacker hoodie? Maybe like something like a seg fault or like something like that, just to represent like all the things I've screwed up. That would actually be pretty cool. But I'm also a Pythonista, and so also just any Python code really would be awesome. I really like that too. But great question.
Amazing. Yeah. So if anyone wants to sell Randall a hoodie, you know what to print on it.
I will wear it for sure if you send me one.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that and for jumping on as well. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it, and I'm glad we had those extra 15 minutes to actually go through it, because I was thinking we might have to have part B. It's like a suspense movie. You've had the first half, and it's like, what comes next? So
sorry
awesome.
for running over
Thank
everyone.
You so much.
No, it was great. It was great.
All
we
right,
loved it. We totally loved it.
Well, thank you for having me, and have a nice night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Good night.
I think next we have a lightning talk from Jossef Kadouri. But before that, I did want to obviously call out as well. I think a lot of the proceeds that come from DevSecCon do go towards charitable trusts, looking at inclusiveness within technology. And I know, Vandana, you're really passionate about that. So I just wanted to take a moment just to appreciate that whilst this is amazing for knowledge sharing, there is another really good reason behind all of this as well.
Totally amazing.
Amazing. Absolutely. So we might get Jossef on board just in regards to the lightning talk. Don't trust code from strangers.
Hi, guys.
Hello. We're glad to have you here. And especially the talk that you're going to have is don't trust code from strangers. That's something which interests all of us a lot. And that's the need of the hour.
Yeah. So can you see my slides?
Yes, we'll just bring it in.
All right, cool. So I have 15 minutes, so I'll try to be quick. Hi, everyone. My name is Jossef. I'm heading the Supply Chain Security Engineering Group at Checkmarx, joined last year. Talking about software supply chain. This is a diagram, very simple to understand. I think we all doing that in some way. Developers are writing code, source control is storing it. We have all kinds of build processes, CI flows, collecting dependencies, basically responsible for building up our source control, packaging up into a build artifact, might be stored somewhere, and then eventually being consumed by a different software or user. Looking down at this software supply chain flow, you can see three major threads. You have source threads, build threads, and dependency threads. This was created by Salsa, but not this Salsa. It's a framework initiated by the Linux Foundation and now partnered with Google, Citibank, a lot of giant companies, basically creating the standard in software supply chain. I want to focus on this area, on the dependencies, because in my personal opinion, this is the Wild West. This is what scares me the most. And breaking it down and thinking about our dependencies, everybody's using open source. I mean, it's very great. I myself love to contribute into the open source and consume. When we build application, ended up, compiling our software, it's mostly constructed from open source code. It makes sense because all of us developers basically wants to deliver fast and be more agile. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. I love to say a good developer is an efficient developer. So this makes a lot of sense. We're originally asking for specific dependencies, but we need to understand most of the time we're not asking for the side effects like the transitive dependencies. So we can end up with all kind of forests when we depends on specific packages, and then we end up with a lot of many. Giving one example is CNCJS. This is what happens when you install it. You get over 800 additional packages contributed from different over 600 different contributors. It's very hard to go through all of what you got, like when you install a specific dependency. Brings us with like a jungle of open source. The ecosystem is growing. Everywhere we see a lot of more packages being published into the ecosystem. Focusing only on NPM, we can see as of today, we have over 500,000 packages released every month. And we love to trust open source. And the reason we do that is we get the feeling that it's open for everyone to take a look at it. If there's an issue, some magical character will notice, and there are a lot of scoring mechanisms like stars and forks to rate and measure popularity of some of the projects. What I want to talk about now is like when we assess, and I would start to choose the popular packages, to choose the popular open source projects to be on the safe side. And I want to give a couple of examples when some of these popular packages went rogue and gone bad, eventually caused a lot of victims to be under attack. Meet Faisal, a very cool guy from Indonesia. He loves contributing to the open source. One of his cool projects called UA Parser.js, which is a small library published to NPM to help parsing the user agent strings. Very compact, minimized, maintained a lot of years, over 10 years, and having more than 10 million weekly downloads. Very popular packages. It is used by many organizations, even Facebook. And you know what? Most likely, you're already using it, if not directly, transitively via one of your existing dependencies. Let's go back October 5th, 2021, not so far ago from now. On the Russian underground, hackers posted this message. I'm selling an account on npm.js, having more than 7 million weekly downloads. There is no two-factor authentication enabled on this account. It's suitable for all kinds of things. Miners, creating a botnet, bidding starts 10K. Sounds interesting. What happens a couple of weeks later is Faisal posted this message on his own project. He was saying that he's sorry and someone was hijacking his NPM account, publishing a couple of versions containing malware. Sadly, what the attacker did, we know that someone was buying this publication on the Russian underground and published simultaneously 3 versions containing the same malicious code. This was the attackers preserved the original functionality to not causing any functionality damage, but to add trying to do that silently, to add a crypto miner and a credential stealer to all many victims using these packages. 2 weeks later, additional two packages, popular packages, were compromised. In this case, it was COA and RC, command line parser and configuration manager, combined having over 22 weekly downloads, same malicious code. Looking out at the timeline, we see the activity of this attack group. And it's a very sad case where we see a lot of innocent users relying on popular packages getting these bad malwares. Another example is a developer lives in California, goes under the name Brandon Uzaki Miller. He's a very cool guy, riding motorcycles, electric motorcycles, taking them to the track, has a YouTube channel. He's making a positive impact. He contributes a lot of packages, having over 40 packages on npm. One of them is Node IPC, used for inter-process communication. A very popular project, having over 1 million weekly downloads, maintained for many years. And a couple of months from now, not so far ago, on March 7, 2022, Brandon himself added a new functionality to his own project. This is the commit, and this is what he added. One line of code, breaking it down and prettifying what we see here is this code, very short code. Basically, what the code is doing is going into making an HTTP request into IP geolocation, a service resulting with the country name and all kind of information where the request came from. And then Brandon checks if the country of the victims is coming from Russia or Belarus, then let's wipe down his files on his computer. Basically sending a malware to Russia. He calls it a heart attack malware, clears the content of existing files from whatever was stored in to heart emoji. This is his delete logic. You might be wondering yourself, why would Brandon, he builds up a name for many years, he contributes to a lot of projects. Why would Brandon flip and do such a thing? This was his way to protest against the Russia-Ukraine war. He was not willing to sit down and do nothing, and took a step and took side, in targeting Russian developers, victims, and wiping their computer. He was saying on social media, "You download my software, so I'm allowed to wipe down your computer." And it was the first time we saw the term protostware in use. Some of the but some of the interesting comments were posted on these variant social medias. Brandon, that's abuse of power. Don't become what you hate. Thank you for teaching me not to take handouts and code everything myself or die trying. This one is hilarious. This takes Let's Go Brandon to a whole other level. And this was causing us to think, Brandon has a lot of other projects. What about them? He still have access, even to Node IPC, he still have access to his other projects. And a good reputation is something that is very hard to build, but you can lose that in a snap. So Brandon lost his reputation in this case. And a lot of other examples where popular projects used by many users were gone bad is this list. But what I want to show you right now is how easy it is to publish a malicious package. This is called Package Lab. It's a tool created internally by our research team. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use an already created identity on Python package index, to publish a malicious package over there and show you how easy it is. In order to do so, we need to choose a name for our package. So I'll go with supply chain demo, and then choosing a version, I'll go with 1.2.3. This is optionally, but you can see in the next slide why it's important. We can select and state what is the source project on GitHub where this package is related from. So let's browse the trending projects and choose some random projects having a lot of traction. We'll go with this one. And this one is having over 9,000 stars on GitHub. A very interesting project. So this comes the fun part. This is where we can state our malicious code. When we plan this attack, this is the step we're currently at. We're going to publish a malicious package. Victim is going to install our malicious package, and then we're going to a service called pastebin, and we're going to store a code is going to be downloaded inside of our application and then injected runtime, and this is where our malicious code is going to play. Eventually, sensitive information such as SSH keys, environment variables are going to be exfiltrated into a webhook service hosted on InteractSH. And this is 2 lines of code we're going to add into our malicious package, an HTTP request into pastebin, and then statement, a built-in functionality in Python called exec. So whatever result from this pastebin is going to be injected into our application. That's it. Let's launch it. After a couple of moments, we are going to have our malicious package live. And even though it was published 10 seconds ago, our malicious package is highly popular. It has, look it down at the statistics, it has over 9,000 GitHub stars. This attack technique is called starjacking. We saw that in the past year used by many attackers, usually combined with all kinds of techniques such as typo squatting. But look how simple it is to publish a malicious package. No one checks whatever you provide, the metadata, the code. Very, very scary to me. From attacker points of view, whenever a victim installs our malicious package, you can have it multiple ways, either as a sub-dependency, but let's go down with simply like pip installing it, right? This is what happens, nothing very suspicious on the victim side, but from an attacker's point of view, you can see SSH keys, environment variables, a lot of sensitive information being sent. And breaking down the reason why it's that easy, we have no vetting. Accounts are being taken over, as we saw in one of the examples. We have a lot of automatic updates. It takes a lot of time to detect such attacks. We have a lot of moving parts. And eventually, what do we do? I want you to remember if there is a thing I want you to remember from this short talk is vulnerable is not malicious. Okay, we can live okay with some vulnerabilities because they are not applied on our application, but you never want to have packages or components containing malicious code. You need to get rid of them as soon as possible. The industry needs to share more information. We need better standards to catalog all of these supply chain incidents. We don't have a standard as of today, so each vendor is like creating its own IDs. So for the UE parser incident, this is like a couple of examples where every vendor created its own ways. We're in this together. We share a lot of information with all of our competitors. It's our software. It's our responsibility. Don't take code from strangers. And I'm inviting you to a talk next week at the Open Source Summit, where I will have more time to share more examples, more demos. It's called The Simple Yet Lethal Anatomy of a Software Supply Chain Attack. You're welcome to check it in. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jossef. It was amazing. Like a quick and short talk you were talking about, and then punches, all of those things. They were amazing.
It was truly a lightning talk.
I'm looking at the timer and it's 15 minutes, so I'm glad.
You've done well. And as you said, vulnerabilities, if it's vulnerable, it's not malicious. I think that's a great little takeaway from that talk as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jossef. We'll have you in our sessions, in our future sessions as well. Please do join our Discord community and check out the questions that people have asked.
Will do.
And thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one.
Thanks, Jossef. Next up, we do have Animesh, who's joined us for the next talk. So he's going to talk about infuse security into your CDLC pipeline. So thanks for joining us, Animesh.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited listening the talks from the morning. I found those very interesting and insightful, and I hope that every one of you is doing good.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
We're looking forward to your talk, and we'll give you the stage.
Sure. Thank you. So, hey guys, a bit introduction about myself. So, I'm a developer advocate. I advocate generally about open source, cybersecurity. Being a passionate open source developer, I have maintained some packages and generally, take those packages are being used to build bots and such more. So today we'll be covering about many topics which are a part of SDLC, different phases, whether it's requirement analysis, testing, deployment, and etc. So very briefly, we'll be touching about the thread models, what are those, and how we can utilize them. And as we have generally seen while using the GitHub dependable bot alerts, like what are code scanning tools, what categories they have, how we can automate the security in our lifecycle model, and what after once we have released our software. So here it is. Let's go. So basically, thread modeling is not much. It is used for optimizing applications and identifying potential security issues. When performed correctly, they provide a clear line of sight across project software and help us to identify knowable security threats to an application like our application or the piece of a software, and help us make a decision about how to address them even before and the best part is like even before the coding begins. The threat modeling can be used to detect security issues which could arise at the later point of development, and this is generally done at the early phase, right between the requirement when we are checking the requirements and the planning part. So this exercise actually help us like when, where, and how we can add the security to our CI/CD pipelines, IACs, and understand whether the thread in the thread environment, how will our application operate. So basically, there are four steps in which the thread modeling is conducted or utilized. First is diagram, right? It's the first step. Once the model is ready, we check like what are we building, what kind of dependencies will our software require, what implementations will it do, and what kind of access it has. For example, if it's a VM kind of thing, so from VM we can access SSH keys, public websites, and much more. Similarly, if it's an OS, it will basically build a complete overlay of how a person might work upon the environment. Then comes the second step, like how do we identify threats and what threats there are. So in this, basically, there is a detailed testing and checking using the model, like what could go wrong, which threads are still active, whose solution have not been found, and etc. That whole detailing of threats are done at this step. The third step that comes is a mitigation. In mitigations, once we have identified the threats, like these are the threats that could basically cripple our operations, our software part, or create a security or privacy issues. So once we have identified those threats, in mitigation, we plan the solution. If there is an existing plan or the solution we integrated with or keep in our pipeline, and if it's not, we try to build a solution around it. Then the last part comes as a validation. Once we have identified our model, identified threads and mitigated, done everything, then we see like how we have acted on each process steps. Once we have validated like, okay, this is our plan of action. If such case arises, and this is an edge case, so if such edge cases arises, we'll follow this plan, and these plan are stored in our pipeline for uh, basically on a standpoint of view. So in any case, if there actually goes something wrong, we can plan it. So basically, the more we plan, the more and model these threats better, the better we equipped we become to deal with them if those threats actually arises at the later stage of software development part. So while it is true that vulnerabilities picked up earlier, are easier to just go through or are cheaper to remediate, we can't always find all vulnerabilities or debug through our own. Here comes the code scanning tools. Like this kind of tools actually help us to ensure and make sure that our software is as secure as possible, and they are very scalable. So it it develops well in their advantages. So they are well scalable. We can work around it easily. If there is any alert, they let us know immediately if there is an issue. The best example being the dependable bot. And once they have identified the issue or the vulnerability, they actually sometimes um, what should I say, start the upgradation part or the fix for it, so that the potential issues or the security flaws can be fixed as soon as possible. Now, this code scanning tools have multiple categories. For example, SAST, secrets detection, dependency scanning, DAST, IAST, and RSAP. So we'll discuss it in detail. The SAST is generally known as a white boxing testing part. So it is the most common and most widely used, and it is also one of the earliest testing category that exists. In this, basically, our application source code is scanned to discover any vulnerability that exists or that might exist, which are already there in the book. So but there is some what should I say, a pinpoint, because the SaaS does not require an application to be compiled or running while it's running. So it does not detect the vulnerabilities which can be arise while running the application. That is solved by the DAST, the dynamic application security testing. We'll continue it in a later part. The second part comes as a secret detection. So for example, if we have some other application or dependencies, APIs tool that we are using, so the API keys become key points which can access our database or our application through, if it's launched publicly. So unlike SAST, which is concerned only with the current version of application, secret detection is concerned with the history of the project. So you might have seen while using Git or GitHub or Git Guardian, if there is any previous version of source code which contains a hard-coded secrets within it, right? Then it shows like, okay, your security key is publicly available, it's expired or such. So what it does is it continues with the all version system. It checks all the source codes and each versioning. So to make sure that there is no secret detections or such tools where it can be used. Being a popular example is MongoDB URL. So when someone is using the connection strings in the secret detection part and has not stored in an environment variable and is hard coded in the application, what happens is if it's public, anyone can use those credentials and use in their application or access your application details or the database that you have built for your customers. So this is a kind of this leads to data breach or data leak generally. The next part comes as the dependency scanning. Since nowadays most of the packages are open source, and we have seen in a previous talks where this has been explained in a much more detail. What happens if there is a malicious core line of codes and such packages. So here dependency scanning help us to automatically find any security vulnerabilities that are present in our current application or are being used in our application. So when we are developing and testing our application, for example, when our application is using an external open source library which is known to be vulnerable, it will show like, okay, it's at a high risk, it's at a low risk, it's a such risk. Please audit it, please fix it, please use a force, such kind of things. So dependency scanning is very popular among folks who are building for and by the open source projects or have built their online presence through that. Sync being one of our popular examples for dependency scanning, it shows what vulnerabilities are present in your application and not. Then comes the DAST, the Dynamic Application Security Testing. It's a popularly known as black box texting, right? It doesn't find vulnerabilities in a source code like SAST. Instead, it finds vulnerability while running the application, like running SQL injection and such part comes under dynamic application testing part. Then comes IAST, which is also sometimes called as gray box or what should I say? We're basically gray box testing, and it combines element for both SAST and DAST simultaneously. So it is preferred in general cases, like we know it shows it tests both the running application part and the source code at once. So many developers prefer using IAST. Then the last part of the category is runtime applications of self-protection. RASP is known popularly. It is configured on a server and kicks in only when an application runs. Right, so it detects any attack on application in a real. So it protects malicious inputs or behavior by analyzing both the app's behavior as well as the context of that behavior. So once both are deemed to be malicious, the alert is issued. Okay, the next part comes our CI/CD tool. So it is always better to use, or automate everything at the beginning of the part only, so that when you have written the code and you have issued the commit, or there is related code that are being merged into your package or your piece of code, software, then we build the CI pipeline for the unit test and integration test. It's a very popular known thing. So this actually helps us to know how our software is working, as well as if we integrate our security codes or security pipelines in it. It actually shows us, okay, this is the code that's are not running, this is the reason. Or in the case of the security aspect that we are talking about, it shows, okay, this codes are vulnerable, it's not going to work, or okay, you have unleashed your environment variables and such. Right, so security controls and tests are, it's a very good practice to actually embed this at the early and everywhere in the our SDLC cycle, because and they actually need to be in an automated fashion. Okay, because when this foundations are in place, we can actually add our security into development and the deployment cycle as well. That's the CD pipeline. So code developments, it's a good practice that the code development codes from development part to the production part are generally carried out by the CI/CD pipeline only, and only when the testing stage is completed and approved by the reviewer or by whatever codes you have written or the test units you have applied. So these actually help in securing your software pipelines, CI/CD pipelines. And the last part that we have come across is post-release monitoring, right? So after we have deployed our a piece of software, there is generally going to be more bugs, and there could be some reports of something not functioning very well. So this is actually something that should be taken care of at the start, right? Because software development market is very competitive in general. Like every day there are many startups who are building SaaS product, IaaS products, and much more. And if we are not dealing well with such errors, problems, or security issues, at worst, or at worst, right, at worst it could lead to data breaches or leaks, and it eventually cripple down both your reputation of your software as well as your operation of it, as we have seen in many such cases. So when many companies or the many people have ideas to write for a piece of code, they generally tend to focus on creating the functional requirement, and it's genuine. It's like a general thought. Okay, like the functional requirements are the primary priority, but writing security requirements along with this functional ones can actually ensure that your security is never an afterthought, right? So once you have it's not like you have functional requirements are ready, but after you have launched, and then you will see what kind of security behavior it's exhibiting, what vulnerabilities or problems it is causing, what privacy issues there are, and such. So when we think it at the beginning of the release rather than the post, it actually helps out with our whole SDLC cycle, starting from the requirement analysis to the designing, then planning, and then at the last deployment and the maintenance. So once after we have deployed, it is very good thought to actually do a continuous scan and monitoring to detect and prevent any kind of vulnerabilities that are arising, or either through the feedbacks or deploying some CI/CD tools to continuously check those. And each software has their own period of life cycle, right? So it becomes a more important duty to actually maintain it very well when the software is at the tail end of its life cycle, because throughout the years, throughout its working, at the peak period, it has collected data, it has worked with on multiple environments with multiple software integrations and much more. So if at the tail end of its life cycle something mishap happens, it becomes a more severe issue, because all the data that it has stored or collected or is being used with it, it might all get leaked. That's why after the post release of the software, it is generally, it becomes a harder part to actually check on and keep on checking whether okay, this is going on well or this is not going on well, right? And there are right now many more performance states and tools for actually using this, right? One being the Grafana. Grafana is basically, it provides a very beautiful dashboard in which we can bring the diverse data set that we have collected through the feedbacks or by the reports generated, the bug reports, bug bounties, and generate alerts if the thresholds are broken. Alert thresholds are broken. Similarly, Stackstorm is another which is known to cause fix for the problems when necessary. It's being generally used by popular companies such as Netflix, DataStax, and much more. And one of the most, what should I say, uh, good, one of the best I found personally is the Detectify. Like, it's used for continuously scan developments and staging in the production environment. So till your software is in a development process, till it goes to the production, and after that, Detectify continuously keeps scanning on your software piece of codes at multiple location at multiple time according to what you have chosen, and you can actually check whether at what point what error is caused or what alert is being issued, what alert part is it, like as we have it all goes to the thread modeling process, and in the thread modeling we saw design and identify threads. So there the threads are identified on the basis of its priority. So Detectify does also the same thing. It identifies and helps us to know the threads on the priority basis, like it's high, it's critical, it's low, it's medium, it can be ignored, and such more. So thank you. I hope that you got to learn something more about such part, and if there is something that you wish to ask, you can ask. I'm generally active on my LinkedIn and the Twitter, where I tweet about, or I tweet a lot about open source vulnerability, cybersecurity, how I write few write-ups for Hack the Box and Try Hack Me. So would love to get you, and if you disagree at any point that I said, we can discuss it over Twitter or LinkedIn. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for that, Animesh, and that was a really good talk. If there are any questions for Animesh, feel free to pop them into the session as well. We'll just see if there's anything that's come through. Perfect. And you've shared your socials as well, which is awesome. So yes, he will be able to respond to those questions as well. But thank you so much for that. And we'll let you go. But yeah, if there's any questions for Animesh, feel free to drop them into his socials, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to answer. But thank you so much for that talk.
Thanks, Shilpi, and really excited for the exciting ones. I guess there are two more lined up for tomorrow, EMA and one more. I forgot. Really excited to see all those and be a part of it. Thanks for having me.
Definitely. No, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Animesh. It was wonderful talk, and we are looking forward to more content from you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we do have, and I know, a bit of a break before our next session, which is, I think, at 4:55. So yeah, in about like 10 minutes.
4:45.
Yeah. So yeah, if anyone wants to, go grab a drink of water or take a bit of a break, you can. I think a good opportunity for us to revisit, I guess there are the DevSecOps Leadership Awards that are happening as well. So, take an opportunity to obviously, nominate folks for that. We're looking for inspiring DevSecOps individuals, most effective DevSecOps team, and outstanding DevSecOps community of 2022. So what we'll do is we'll pop the links for those onto the chats, but it's always good to recognize all the awesome work that people are doing as well. So feel free to do that as well.
And yes, we do have a next session coming up at 4:55. Building Security Champions for a Hybrid Remote World speakers by Ashish. We will introduce him again, but just want to give you a teaser that he'd be speaking here at the podcast, and I will let Shilpi introduce him today.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think he'll be joining us very soon, but we've got a bit of a break. So I think it's in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's go for a break, quick break.
Perfect. Hope everyone had a good little break and had some water, coffee, alcohol based on wherever you are, whichever time zone you're on. We've got a couple of more really fun sessions coming up before we wrap it up. Just a few things. Obviously, we've got the EMEA DevSecCon24 starting just in a few hours. Obviously, there's a different lineup of guests completely on that. So, if you're keen to check it out, it is a 24-hour thing. So, and if you've got the energy for it, we definitely encourage that you do join that as well. Another quickly, obviously, opportunity to thank our sponsors who've made this all possible. They all do have their booths on Hopin, so do check them out. They've all got a little something happening there. So if you do get a moment, do go ahead and check that out as well.
Absolutely. And one more thing, which is very, very important, let's not forget to award the people who are actually deserving around DevSecOps. So you can add your nomination for the leadership award here. Just go here and nominate the people you admire the most. And you can actually nominate yourself as well. So do that. And we look forward to getting you awarded and the awesome work that you're doing.
Yeah, I really love that one. I think something...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's a really good point that you've said, reward, recognize yourself. I think that's something that a lot of us probably are not good at doing. And I really actually like the fact that you've plugged that. So I would actually love to see people nominate themselves as well. Definitely recognize your peers and your teams and your leaders, but recognize yourself. So that's a really good point. I just wanted to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because sometimes what we do is we just undermine ourselves, or we just feel that whether we should go ahead and recognize ourselves or not. So that's very important. Let's stay motivated. Let's stay focused and uplift ourselves if nobody else is doing.
Definitely.
That's very important. And we do have a very interesting person on the session with us. We just met like a few days ago. It was very amazing. So let me just bring him in and then we can talk more about him.
Definitely.
Yeah, we are.
Hey, Ashish. How are you?
It's weird seeing another co-worker on the other side and go, hey.
Yeah. In the same time zone.
In the same time zone. Well, yeah.
We do have a interesting talk from you coming up. So building security champion program in a hybrid world, which I think you're sharing your own personal wins and not wins as well. I think we heard a really good talk from Randall.
People may cry after that as well.
Yeah, crying moments, that seems to be the theme today. I think Randall shared some of his as well, and it's just learning from each other, and I guess failures and successes, so we kind of don't make them ourselves. So we might throw to you for the talk, so take it away.
Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to everyone who's making this possible as well. Obviously, I just want to give a quick shout out to the awards thing as well. I'm definitely going to put my name in. So if you are looking at putting a name, I think what Vandana said is true. Just definitely don't forget to recognize the awesome work you're doing yourself as well. Correct. Over to you to talk. So today I'm talking about building security champions in a hybrid remote world. So the story is my personal story. I am a CISO and I've been a CISO for a while. And my most recent job where I work at the moment, I was doing the CISO work as a remote employee. Melbourne, where I'm based out of, went into lockdown, and I got the job pretty much, I think a week before or something, and the entire country went into lockdown. So this is the story of what my shortcomings, so others can learn from it, and hopefully some of the things that worked for me, and I guess building a security champion program while I was in a semi-hybrid or full remote kind of world as well. Let's see if this works. Sweet. So a little bit about who I am. So I host the Cloud Security podcast, which Shilpi is the producer for, doing an awesome job clearly. And I'm also, as I mentioned, 9 to 5 is my CISO job. But outside of all that, I also create content for SANS, which is a popular cybersecurity institute, which has been providing cloud security information and cybersecurity information for years. So I'm a trainer there as well, teaching others CISOs how to do cloud security. So we are currently on the World Tour, and that's what one that I was referring to. We kind of met a couple of days ago at RSA in San Francisco. Next stop is Boston. So for people who may be in Boston for AWS Reinforce, we'll see you there. All right. So just based on the little information that I have from people who are here, I'm just leveling up the playing field for folks who may or may not be familiar with the world of DevSecOps and what is it really you need for a security champions program. For people who are from a technical background, they might see a security champions program as making others do the right thing, which is kind of partly true, but the other half of it is kind of more soft skill in terms of how do you train other people who may not be from security on why they should do security and why it's the right thing to do. Now, a usual way a security leader, maybe an AppSec program lead or a CISO may go about this would be as part of the security strategy, they would have something called a DevSecOps program. And even though I might go through the entire slide deck and seems like hey, 30 minutes and you have a Dev Security Champions program, what I would call out, we have been working on this for the past couple of years and we still feel we're still scratching the surface. So it does take time. So that's why it's a program. And similarly for Security Champions program, I would say it is a subset of DevSecOps program where you have your DevSecOps tool, and you can check out Sneak as well. They have a great tool which kind of integrates really well into that space, but there are others as well that you can look into. The idea from a tooling perspective, that's great from a security folks, but ultimately, and this is where for people who haven't been sick of hearing the shift left word, there's a reason why this is still being used is because we're trying to call out the fact that security teams need to have these kind of tools, whether it's Sneak or any other security product that are out there that can integrate into a CI/CD pipeline. And for people who don't know what CI/CD pipeline is, that's what a lot of people use to automate a lot of the deployments of their software on either a cloud or a non-cloud product version for other customers to use. So hopefully that kind of gives you some idea for what Shift Left and DevSecOps program and Security Champions program is. And the DevSecOps beta, everyone has a different definition of it. But I think the simplest way to define it probably is, and I'm going to really simplify it without any of the technical jargons, if you're looking at automating the deployment of a product, like suppose you have a new app that you want to download or maybe you want to release onto the Apple App Store, how do you make it happen, say, within a week? That sounds almost like an impossible task if the App Store, there will be a lot of complications around it, but the DevSecOps idea is instilled from DevOps, which is around automation, and how do you release products faster into the market? And DevSecOps is integrating security into it, because as always, I'm going to do a bad joke over here. Guess what the security people told the developers? Nothing. So that's why, and the other way around works the same as well. I don't know how many people like the joke, but I enjoyed it, so that's why I call it out. So DevSecOps is definitely something that has become the thing that is represented in automating security into a CI/CD pipeline, so we can release faster in a much more safer way. Now, a lot of people who may be from a technical background may approach a DevSecOps program in a very technical way. As I was saying earlier, the security folks who may be looking at a DevSecOps program go, well, I need to upskill my team at the moment. They may not be an AppSec person or application security person. How do I upskill them? What are some of my common AppSec problems that I need to deal with in my organization? What kind of tools, maybe Sneak or other tools that I can include in my, say, the product that I have on releasing them sooner, but also I can integrate them and make sure I can block everything, which is probably a bad way to go about it, but you will hear more about it as I go into my story. Because the first time I tried running this program, I was a technical lead and it totally bombed on me. So this was my thinking when I was a technical person trying to run a DevSecOps program, because my CISO was nice enough to give me an opportunity. And I did what every technical person out there would do. I only thought about the security perspective, not the broader context. I thought, because I'm technical and I know automation, I know DevSecOps tooling, I can totally do this, because I had seen enough talks at DevSecOps or DevSecCon as on DevSecOps, and all the other talks that are floating on the internet. So you know how hard this could be. Little did I know I was in for a big trouble. Now, someone who's probably a lot more of a leader and not technical as I should have been at that point in time, they would approach it from a business perspective. For example, they may look at if I go back to the Apple Store example, they might look at, okay, I need to have an App Store app available by the end of this month. But I also want to be doing it multiple times in a month so I can release updates, whatever the new update may be. It may be the new TikTok app for all I care. And you want to release updates, whether it's security updates or new features, you want to release them faster. Now, if I was the CISO of TikTok and that was my responsibility, that's what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about shipping products in faster as well as securely. Security awareness is more around how do we make sure that developers are aware of the backlog or the tech debt that they're creating as they ignore security and keep deploying more features. Now, obviously, there is a piece of education there as well, because technically developers are not supposed to be security people. They have to be trained into understanding why security is important. How can they do security in a CI/CD pipeline? How can they do security when writing code? Now, whether it's tooling, this is where the technical aspect comes in. So the part that I missed was I need to educate people on this as well. And the last but not the least is governance and control. A lot of organizations have compliance requirements where they may be required to have some kind of a compliance checkbox or some kind of a gateway towards, before anything goes into production, that there is a gate which allows them to say, yes, this is ready for release in production. That could be a compliance or a governance requirement. Or you could be in the initial stages of deploying DevSecOps. So you may say that, hey, I want to be able to deploy multiple times into production, but I'm not really that confident in the beginning. So I want to have some kind of a control stage gate in the beginning so I'm able to monitor and review things before I let them go into production. So that's what the governance compliance angle is as well. Now, this is kind of where, I hope you have your tissues ready, because this is kind of where it's downhill from here after this. So the first chance, as I mentioned, was I was in a technical lead role, and my CISO asked me to go down the path of doing at least running an AppSec program. And because I knew DevSecOps after listening to all these talks and the buzzwords and everything, this was at least 5 years ago. So I thought, how hard could this really be? So I went down the path of everything in that list from a strategic perspective. I ignored everything except for governance and control. So I was more focused on the technical aspect. And I think some people may blame me for, hey, why would you do that? But if you kind of think about from a technical perspective, because that's what you know in the beginning after listening to all the talks, you kind of, oh, I'm going to do this, then I'm going to focus on everything else. And that usually, let's just say, it probably takes you into a rabbit hole where you may have to backtrack quite a few times and may have to uninstall and remove quite a few security gates that you may have added, especially things like breaking a production change, especially when it's supposed to get released and there have been talk conversations about it for a while. So something to call that out over there. And as I took the approach, my learning from that was I did the mistake of going for a static code analysis as my first tool for DevSecOps. Now, for people who haven't gone through the pain, it totally sucks. Just saying that, I probably would not have gone for this, because the simple reason being, if you're trying to deploy into a CI/CD pipeline, not many SaaS providers out there can review code that quickly. Now, there are exceptions to this code as well. There's a lot more new tooling coming in. But primarily what you find is most of the SaaS providers are still expecting you to upload the code or wait a few hours before you can even go down the path of, say, testing whether security is being done right. Now, what this ends up being is that you end up having a parallel CI/CD pipeline, which is a security CI/CD pipeline, which is probably a bad idea, but to begin with, because you have to still come back, there's no shift left happening. So that's why I think that totally sucked. And I think I've said this before, and it's very controversial. I definitely feel SaaS as a field is going to die, and I'm sure I'll get hate mail for this as well from here. But if it continues to be what it is today, where we can't deploy into a production environment by running a SaaS without having to wait for a few hours, I think the SaaS as it stands today is going to definitely die. Some people may even call it's going to mutate into something else, something better. But as it stands right now, it definitely is something that needs to be changed. The other thing that I did a mistake on was I ended up doing this solo because I want, again, me being a technical person, I thought I could totally do this on my own. I did not include much of the other teams, developers who were supposed to be working with me, or I was supposed to work with. I definitely did not go down the path of doing that. So what that really meant is I was trying to deploy all these CI/CD pipelines in silo, and I did not get an opportunity to deploy it. Now, the last one probably is the most important one, lack of leader support. If there is no initiative from your higher leaders, say, for example, the CIO or the CTO, or maybe the CEO as well, if they are not interested in having security part of their DevOps pipeline, then you're probably fighting an uphill battle. Now, because I've left the company, I can talk about it without naming the company, of course, but the way we kind of approached it, we did the tooling, we proved the concept worked. So in our mind, yep, that's concept works. I can totally see why the leaders would say yes. We tried a few times and it did not work because they said it was just a blocker. And as I mentioned, because I used DAST as the first thing and it was waiting for hours, so the DevOps people did not really want to work with us. They basically said, we can't wait for hours because our deployment only takes 5 minutes, while your security tooling takes about half a day or a day before it can come back to us. And even after that, we still have to work through and find out how many are false positives and how many are not false positives. So there's a lot of work being done for so much little effort or so little profit from a company perspective. So that totally tanked. My CISO did try, and we did look at other approaches. And by then it was basically, well, we had lost of support. So I was in my corner crying that this was a bad thing happen. I wanted to change it, but by then we decided let's focus on other programs and not make people remember the bad experience they've had with this. So that's kind of where that was my learning. So as I was talking about earlier, at that point in time, I consider myself to be level 0 in DevSecOps skill set. I was trying to be a single person DevSecOps person. I did not think about the security culture of the organization, whether I should work on building that first. I had cloud security skills. I had the idea that, hey, I wanted to use open source because I was the only guy, I was technical. So I wanted to do open source instead of buying a tool, which sometimes, if you think about in a scale of an enterprise, it's probably a good idea to buy a tool for it instead of trying to find an open source version. Just because after a while, you're just maintaining custom code. It just does not make sense when you have, say, over 800 repositories in a GitHub account, and you have to go through all of them. And sometimes there might be some exceptions, which would make the scenario quite unique. So from that perspective, I was totally level 0 at that point in time. I had no idea how I was doing, and I was grateful that I was not fired for that job. Although I did leave afterwards, but that's a different story for very different reasons. Now, I got this opportunity again in my current company, and we went down the path of we had really great cloud security skills, and we've been growing in that space quite a bit. And we wanted to start an AppSec program. And this time around, I didn't want to commit the same mistakes that I did before. So I reached out to a few people and started asking about, hey, what's the right way to do DevSecOps as a leader? And that's how I came across those strategic viewpoint for how you should do cybersecurity, DevSecOps program or security programs. Why is it important to have an understanding of the business, the security culture, and what else that goes with it as well? So that was my second chance. I still consider myself level 1. Now, I did have few things. I had the leadership support, so that meant I had the budget to do developer training. It was a great security culture. There's some of the companies that have security culture, which is a great way to see this, is like you can always try with the smallest thing first, which is try and release a responsible disclosure program. Just have a link on the website to say, hey, if you do find vulnerabilities, report to us on this mailbox over here. I found that whole thing took me like 5 minutes conversation with the CTO and another 5 minutes conversation with the CEO, and we had that on the website. So from that perspective, I could say, hey, security culture is a tick. The other example was, so I had leadership support on security. The other one was, we're talking to developers. Sorry, my dog is walk away so my dog doesn't. It's a dog, not a cat. So apologies for this in the beginning, but I'm gonna do it in dark mode. So sorry about that. A cat came in and my dog's doing ballistic. However, so I'll continue with my talk. Zoomed in camera. There you go. So the way I would approach this is I had developer training, which is available. I had budget for it. And I also had the support of my, I guess, CEO as well as CTO as well to kind of go down this path. And for a change, I was not the only person doing DevSecOps. I had a 2-people team who were willing to help me out as well. So I definitely had an initiative which was funded for a DevSecOps program. I had 2 people who could help me out as well. I had the right culture in the organization as well. If I can bring the finger, there you go. So I had the right culture for this as well. Now, this is all great, but the problem that I had at this point in time was I had the budget, I had the developers who were ready. I also had the people who were ready for supporting this, but we were in a remote world, remember? Because I just started with the company. So I've got all these resources and I've got everything, but how am I going to run a program which is fully remote? So I obviously focused on these things, but the question was going to be, how do I do this on a scale which works in a remote context? The way I went about this was, okay, I'm going to focus on education because I've got developer education budget. I want to understand how the business is going to work, which is to understand the need for what are we really trying to release into production really fast? Is it an app store? Which in our case was not an app store, was something else. We are a SaaS product, but it was still around the fact that we want to be able to release products faster. How do you do that? And how do you kind of go about doing this in a way that it makes sense for the business? So I had those tools in mind, but the job that I had was to find out, how do I start building a security champions program? So the way I approached it, and again, reminder, this is a remote world. Everyone's working from home. I don't have the water cooler chat. I haven't had the conversation with the folks yet. So how do I kind of approach this? I approach this in a few different ways. Because I had the support of security on a C-level, one of the first things I proposed was any new starter that joins the company, they have to go through a mandatory security awareness thing. Now, security awareness training is your usual, hey, how do I identify phishing? How do I identify spams? But in addition to that, they had to have a one-on-one session with me or someone member from my team where we talk about what are we doing from a DevSecOps perspective, especially if they're a developer. Now, you might think that, hey, but how would you enforce that? Again, leadership support was something that was crucial for this. So every new starter, every new starter who came in, which was a developer specifically, they would get a rundown of what our DevSecOps tools are, what do we prefer, what are some of the resources that they can use for learning. So that worked out for new starters, but we had a development team of almost 300 people. How do we educate them on doing this activity? So we started running something called Hour of Power, which was a program, I guess, in the beginning of the remote stages. What worked out was we were trying to do a lot of activity around how do we keep a positive mindset. Now, don't get me wrong, security is not the first thing you're thinking of when you're trying to think of positive mindset. So we had to be creative. What we called out as sessions that we were running in the beginning were around how do you remain safe on the internet while you are working from home? How do you remain safe on the internet for your kids while you're working from home? Because a lot of people were sharing laptops with their kids as well. So that session was definitely something that was very well received. And it also made it realize that, hey, there is an appetite for security. We had a massive turnout. Clearly, people were worried about their kids going on the internet while they're away. And they're also worried about malware that their kids might install on the laptops as well. So from that perspective, that was a great success. But what that also meant is the whole organization got introduced to the security team. Now, this is crucial because, say, unlike, I don't know how many organizations outside of tech space have this, but a lot of organizations would have this place where there is usually a town hall or an all hands on deck kind of a meeting, or there is like an in-person catch-up. So you start day one today, you walk around, you say, hello, hey, I'm Ashish, and then you see, so would love to talk to you, and you meet other tech leaders. Now, that doesn't really happen in a remote world. So how do you approach this? That was our way. We basically started running sessions for everyone, which were not at all DevSecOps related. They were just security related. What that did was it started opening up people's mind towards, hey, security is important. Where else can we do it? So the best part that happened was we started getting requests more for people, hey, we are trying to do this. I think the best example, and such a simple case as well, someone asked us a question around SSL. They said, hey, we're trying to do TLS 1.2, but we're not really sure if we even need TLS and what is this for. Now, a lot of technical people listening to this going, but isn't that obvious? You should use TLS, but you kind of have to put yourself in a developer's hat. For them, it's literally just a configuration. They just want to get ahead. That even that simplest thing of an SSL is simply just a requirement from security, not really something that's a mandate. So I took that as a win, where people started reaching out to us for questions. Now, so we're still trying to build a security champions program. So how do you do this? So we started doing team activity where we had capture the flag. Now, there were, for people who may have gone through the pandemic and probably still do have maybe working in environments which are fully remote, there are a lot of capture the flag events that happen on the internet, which are free for anyone to join from anywhere in the world. We started hosting team-based capture the flag, where anyone in the company could join. We were going to help them out, and we were going to participate as the company. And win or no win doesn't really matter, but all of us get to learn and, I guess, connect as friends. We also started hanging out at their game days as well. They had these awesome game day programs. So the first step in this was, how do you, I guess, get yourself recognized in the organization? And this was one of the ways we did. So I was surprised at how many security people where I guess don't join in on any of the, I guess, online events that happen in the organization. How many don't try and have programs which invite other developers to come in and also have a look at, hey, this is how you could be doing security, or hey, let's participate in a non-security event, show that the security team is also a fun team and not totally just up for always doing security work. So that was one way. That was the periodic team activity that we kind of go about. Now, as it kind of matured, I probably would say 6 months had passed by then, and we started to see people reach out to us for questions around cybersecurity or some things they had in their personal life. How do I secure myself at home? Because, hey, there are no stop signs, unlike our roads or tollways. There are no stop signs on the internet. So how do we remain safe on the internet? So that was really great for us. Now, at that point, what we started doing is we started introducing the concept of DevSecOps in terms of what it means, what it's like, what are we doing. So some of the DevSecOps team members that I have, they started making, I guess, little demos on what security could look like when it's automated. And any question that was asked, which was a great question in those sessions, we started giving them Uber Eats vouchers. And this basically started building towards the fact that, oh, people wanted to ask more questions. And we started running we call it the hour of power, where it's an hour-long session. It's not like a lunch and learn, because I guess there's no lunch and learn when you're not in person. So we started running these sessions on Friday evening or Friday afternoon, more like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And that definitely helped quite a bit. And we started recognizing teams who were asking great questions. We also, as an organization, started moving towards one day dedicated in the month to reduce tech debt. Now, that was really important from a security perspective, because what that meant is we were able to go into a conversation and say, hey, what are you doing for that dedicated day that's coming up? Can we help you with reduce a security problem that you've been facing? And we started maintaining a leaderboard, started giving recognition for people who were doing an awesome job and reaching out to people who needed help. So that was something that we kind of kept working on, and we're still working on, but it reaches a certain level of maturity. Because how do you even measure something like this, right? I mean, it's great to have programs where you have reached out to people, you have others reaching out to you as well. How do you even define what success looks like in a hybrid world? The way we managed success was the number of champions that if we had more than one in a team, which was good, but I kind of would say it's an average metric. But I would probably say the number of champions we had across team, at least having one person in each team. How we win it doesn't really matter, but at least having one across a team was definitely important for us. Number of reach outs that we started getting, which was definitely quite important. The last one being recognition with transparency. We started putting a leaderboard out for how many vulnerabilities that are there at the moment that are not addressed by a particular team, but not to kind of shame them, but also to provide, hey, we are here to help. We would love to help you kind of put this down, and started rewarding people who are putting extra effort into reducing the number of vulnerabilities. Because I think I've been fortunate enough, and I've had multiple conversations around this, where a lot of people mentioned the fact that, hey, I don't think developers care about code. But my experience has been very different. Developers love their code and are really proud about what they put out. So if you kind of find anything which is probably vulnerable, they definitely keep an eye out for, how do I get rid of this problem? Not to get Ashish off my back or his team off my back, but because I want to put code out there which I'm proud of. So that is definitely something that I find that is really helpful. What I learned is, unlike if you go back to my previous failure, people and process definitely helps. Education is the way to go forward. Pick the right tool. So we ended up going for a software composition analysis. So I guess an example is Sneak. We ended up going for that instead of having to go for something like a SaaS tool, which worked out really well. So I was able to produce code even faster. That was kind of what my learning, and that was kind of what I wanted to share over here. If people have questions, feel free to kind of drop them in, or however you're going to reach out to me. But that's my Twitter handle on my name. Feel free to reach out for questions, or just check out the website in general. I'll just wait for someone to come online.
Thank you so much for that, Ashish, and also for Simba for joining in, who's the dog. I think everyone has, I don't know about other questions, but the questions are everyone definitely wants to see Simba. I was just sharing with them that he's the head of...
There you go, he's just here. I don't know if you can see him.
He's done for the day.
Yeah. He's done for the day, yes. He's definitely done for the day. So yeah, for people who don't know, that's the dog who was barking. And yes, that's the dog whose name is Simba.
His job is done for the day. We do have one quick question. So this is coming from Gerald. Based on your experience, if you had to name 3 top reasons why your management wouldn't want to prioritize security, what would they be? If you can't cover all 3, maybe just 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can answer that. I'll probably say the top one that comes to mind is the fact that in general, if security hasn't done a great job of explaining the risk behind. So let me take a step back and talk about this from a business perspective. I think from a business perspective, they want to release products. They want to be out out on the internet or wherever they release products. They want to be there releasing products, beating their competition, getting more customers. Now, if you are able to identify places where, say, for example, don't focus on the don't focus on things which are, say, obvious. For example, if you don't want to, I guess the analogy that I use is you don't want to eat an elephant in one go. You want to eat it one bite at a time. So if you focus on, which is what we did when we were having conversation with the board and the business, we focused on some of the crown jewels in the organization, which were things like, hey, what is the most important thing for us in the organization? If that was to be compromised, would we not have a business? We started our DevSecOps program over there because it was the easiest to explain how we can manage, I guess, ongoingly what we're doing in terms of the work we do, and how can we also manage to show, hey, this is really important. Now, that was the first one. The second one being, some leaders just do not want security. It's considered a good to have. Now, that's not a bad thing. And I think I've spoken to a few people. They also talk about the fact that security should not be the number one problem unless you're in a cybersecurity organization. Because if you think about it, if you're into the business of releasing app stores into Apple, security is not number one. It's probably number 5, number 6, because you want to be able to go out to the market. So there were probably the 2 that come to mind. I don't have a third one in mind, but those 2 work.
I think 2 will take 2, but obviously, we can share 3 later. But thanks for the question as well, Gerald. And thank you so much for that talk and showing us Simba as well. Thanks so much for that, Ashish.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, Ashish will be co-hosting with me. We did have Vandana before doing, and thank you so much, Vandana, for co-hosting with me all this while. We do have Steve now with us as well, and I'll bring him on. And Steve, hi, Steve.
Hey, Steve. Wow, camera quality is amazing, man. What do you have, like an SLR? Oh, you're mute.
I think you're on mute.
Rookie mistake. I just spoke about hybrid remote, and you just did the rookie mistake of having yourself on mute.
I started off the thing with being on mute, so I think I've already popped that.
Classic. Yes, right. I have an okay camera.
Okay
Just an
camera.
okay one.
It looks like I'm looking through a glass, man. I don't know how it's an okay camera.
We like to see Steve, quite clear. And Steve, you're talking about pointing the CI workflow and how to prevent it. So if you're ready to go, we might give the stage to you and let people hear about your talk.
I'm ready to roll.
Amazing.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'm going to need it. A lot of moving parts. All right. Let's go. Some great talks. Wow. She's always very difficult to follow, but I'm going to do my best. I haven't got a dog in the room, but I will, I don't know, maybe bark myself a little bit if somebody comes nearby. This is Pwning the CI, the GitHub Action Edition. Welcome. My name is Steve Giguere. Let's do the obligatory little bit about me. I'm a developer advocate for Bridge Crew. I've been writing code since 1990. Actually, it should be 80. It's even more embarrassing. I was involved in quality automation, which is in automotive, oddly, very Gene Kim. And I've been doing cybersecurity since 2014, working for a bunch of companies. I am co-organizer of the DevSecOps London gathering in London, of all places. What a surprise. I have a cloud native security Twitch show called C9K, and I have huge jet lag and a cold because I just spent a few weeks in Canada seeing my family. I'm based in England, so I feel awesome right now. If you would like to connect to me and you just like to randomly click QR codes, we'll do a whole other talk about that, but there it is there. All right, brief agenda, just talking about what GitHub Actions are, what could possibly go wrong, different threats, different styles of insiders, and the attack vectors associated with that, and then a little bit about prevention so that we have some takeaways here today. GitHub Action workflows. A lot of the GitHub Actions content I'm putting in here, I'm taking straight out of their documentation because I don't want to misquote, and I think it's important that people get familiar with the documentation that is available, and this is a quote directly from there. Workflows are defined in the .github/workflows directory and repository, and you can have multiple workflows that can do a whole bunch of things. And the examples that they provide already are, for example, a workflow to build and test pull requests, deploy your application, or maybe add a label every time someone opens a new issue. These are just some examples that you can do. Very simple example here, again, straight out of the docs, just to break down what it looks like written here in YAML. On an event of type push, then certain steps will run, and you can see it will run on a runner. It can be a GitHub provided runner, or it can be a self-hosted runner. And we'll get into that, why that can be considerably more dangerous should any of these things I'm about to do become realized in your repository. So you can check it out, install, run, and et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole load of things you can do with them. Very, very straightforward. The fundamental problem we're coming up with here is that GitHub can and often will run new workflows in the GitHub workflow path, even if those workflows are the commit. Metadata issues like issue name, issue description that are associated and may be visible to workflows are often used as unsanitized inputs in a very sort of traditional AppSec kind of way. And finally, the workflow directory shares the same access controls as the entire repository by default. There are ways you can mitigate that risk, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And in reality, this is not your ideal scenario, is it? There's a lot of power in that workflow directory. Now, a few GitHub action attack vectors. Okay, well, we've got the three different categories there, adding a label, build and test, deploy your application. Well, what if I were to try to execute a command injection via creating a new issue? Perhaps I could, well, we'll see what we could do. No spoilers. A workflow to build and test pull requests. So I could push a new workflow using the GitHub API to bypass the required minimum approval. Okay. Or, pardon me, a workflow to deploy your new application. Well, that might mean I have environment variables that might be damaging to particularly if I'm on a self-hosted runner. So what if I tried to exfiltrate all of my environment variables, maybe and my secrets? What if I were to, I don't know, could I create a reverse shell via a workflow? There's a lot of things I could do given the right credentials. So here's my attacker's guide. This is probably a really bad slide to have. If there are any attackers viewing, hopefully all defenders, my plan A would be a very simple external attack. I would submit a workflow. I could be new to the environment. Now, when that happens, we can see over here on the right, it doesn't automatically run my workflows. There is a button there that says approve and run. Now, the confusing thing about that is that unless I click on this learn more very subtly here, and I will be taken to the documentation that you can see above. That does provide you a warning that says you should be especially alert to any proposed changes to the .github workflows directory. But it's not a big red flag with the sound to tell you this is a first-time contributor who's never run anything, who's submitting something to the workflows directory. That is a, let's say, indicator of compromise kind of thing. It's bad. But the reality is that a lot of your workflows are there to check code content. So there's a lot of potentially security checks in there. And why your instinct might be to click approve and run. Why wouldn't I want that? I want to check this content. So if you're not careful and you do just click that, bad things can happen. The second, of course, is plan B. If you're not going to be so bold, become a malicious insider. Submit some good first-time contributions, maybe a README, maybe some actual helpful workflows to an environment, being a force for good, and then attempt to become a collaborator where what you can do radically changes. What's interesting is that the GitHub defaults are pretty good. Like GitHub is very secureable. It's a little bit like the cloud, but it's not necessarily secure by default. I think that's one of the key takeaways here and what we're going to try and learn from this talk. All right. Now, here's an example. This is a real-world nonfiction example of what happened in our actual environment. I work on an open source project regularly called Chekhov, and we had a pull request. You can see it's closed, called build.yaml. And this is what it looked like. They had, I'm thinking, our conclusion is that this was somebody else's account takeover, and this was a bot that came in. It deleted our entire build workflow and changed it to, and you can see we run on self-hosted, right? So this is bad if this had happened. It just ran a PS and an env, and that was going to, the results of which would be in our logs, which could have been bad, exposing all sorts of things to our GitHub logs that this person could then read. Now, this came in and the approve and run was there, and we did not click the approve and run. It was so blatant, it was ridiculous. But this was out there. This really did happen not that long ago. All right. Now, we're going to do number one. And in order to do that, though, I need to introduce you to the characters involved in this story. There is a webhook receiving site. This is webhook.site. If you don't use this in demos or for debugging, it's amazing. It just creates a receiver for API calls. I have this malicious character called Loud Canadian. And over here, I have Steve G, who has created a repository. Very simple. There's nothing really in it. It's brand new. And it's just a README. And I have a default. This is the default. If you just create an action and it says, what's the basic one that you have created? That they give you, just so I have a workflow directory created. That's all I've done. I haven't created anything special else in here. Super, super simple. And now I'm over here. I, as Loud Canadian, the trusted, everyone trusts Canadians, right? So I'm looking at this and you're okay. All right, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fork that. So I have a copy of it in my own world. And I can start to create contributions to it. Wonderful. How about that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a workflow, actually. And we'll see all those things I just said play out. And I have my workflows directory. Looks pretty good. I'm going to add a file into here, and it's called issues check.yaml. Looking good so far. So I'm being helpful to this repository. I'm a good person. You know, I am. Any open issue, it's going to check the title to make sure it adheres to a certain format. I like it. I'm going to commit to my main. Yep. Now, this is just locally at the moment, right? You understand that. Looking pretty good. I have one commit ahead of Eurogig main. Seems pretty good. I'm going to create a pull request back across. Fantastic. Looks good. And I should have a pull request over here now. Now remember what we saw earlier, the approve and run. There it is. Because I'm not a contributor anymore. So this is good. Now I'm also committing a workflow that will not trigger because it only triggers on new issues. I can check the files changed, and I can say, oh yeah, I like that. I like that this person's helping me. I'm okay with that. And so that's not a big problem. I could approve and run because I do want my checks to run. And you can see that default one run, all it does is print out readmes. And it's okay. I know I can confirm and merge this. It's not going to be a problem. I can go look at my actions here and see that it's in progress. It all passed. I'm a bit now. Eurogig is a big fan of Loud Canadian, so we're going to merge that because they're so helpful. Wow, thank you, Loud Canadian. Now I don't have any special privileges here, nothing at all. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create an issue. Maybe I get my friend to create the issue. And my issue is going to be called, now before I do this, I'm going to do this now. Yeah, we're going to go ahead first. We already started the demo, so let's do it live. And my issue title is going to be extremely readable. There. Just a normal issue. Okay. That's a crazy title, isn't it? Now that was a new issue. So really, realistically, this action should kick off. And there it is. Now it's queued up because it doesn't have priority. There it is. 12 seconds. It's in progress. It's running. I guess my title was legit. Uh-oh. What's happened over here? What did I do? I piped an env to a curl and sent it out to my webhook site, and now I have all of the environment variables. I have kind of accomplished what that person was trying to accomplish with us, and I've done it completely as an outsider by sending something very innocuous in that was just checking issue titles to make sure that they were sane. I was actually actively doing input sanitization, and in the process, I did something that kind of circumvented and created my own lack of input sanitization, which is bad. And that's essentially what just happened. Now, how real is this problem? If you search on GitHub the entirety for bad things, you see people doing things like this all the time. Like there's one example where somebody is actually generating a Hugo website based on to show how well they're handling actions and creating the post title out of this GitHub event issue title. Now, if I were to say create a title that was session expired, please log in, form action, etc., I could actually, when someone went to look at this title, which was generated through GitHub, I could pop up a mock GitHub login and say you were logged out and start, getting GitHub credentials. Bad. What's the other one? Well, searching other users and metadata found thousands of examples where people are doing what I just did. I didn't even straight up echo. I just copied my issue title into a variable. But because it was in quotes and I used those backticks, it reconciled the meaning of that backtick command because it's still running in bash. And it then, my quote became all my environment variables. And then I was able to push that out to an external source. So lesson 1. Input sanitization. Be careful what you do with this metadata. It's really important. We already gave it a try, so we can skip. Now, what can you do with environment variables? Wow. On a private runner, there can be cloud or AWS secrets available, passwords, connection strings. I can change logging level and by that gain access to sensitive data and logs, all sorts of things that can be on there. I can potentially even gain access to the GitHub token and enable code modifications. There's loads of things I can do by gaining access to a self-hosted runner in particular. How can I protect environment variables? Well, here's a little dabble into prevention. There is something called environment protection rules that, in a summary, this is again cut and pasted from the GitHub docs, and there's a link down there. It's really long, but I have it again at the end. You can scope the environmental variables and the secrets to certain workflows. So a new workflow wouldn't have access to all of this, particularly so only production, say, would have access to production details. So this is how you prevent something like this from happening, and the information is just there. But more often than not, these aren't in place by default, and it takes a more astute security team and knowledge of GitHub to make sure that this is done appropriately. All right, hack number 2. Now, hack number 2, I'm only going to do in combination with 3 in the interest of time. But just to give you an idea, and introducing branch protection rules. Branch protection rules are off by default. There are a lot of tools you can automate to check that they are turned on, and we'll talk about that at the end. But when you first turn them on, there are some great defaults there. Defaults, or when they're on, of course, can be good, but can be not necessarily perfect. Now, for example, when I first turn on my branch protection and I tick require a pull request before merging, sounds awesome. It says require approvals. Great, I turn that on. The important thing to notice there is that there's a really subtle 1 there. You really ideally want that to be 2, or use what we call a code owners file in GitHub, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But that's a very circumventable number, and we'll see why. If I want to submit a pull request with a new workflow, it's possible, if I'm a collaborator, that the GitHub token gives me enough access to auto-approve myself. And this is just a quick example of what that looks like. Now, I'll show you what that means in a moment, but something that's key there is I need to be a collaborator. Caveat as of early 2022. Now, this happened while I was creating this presentation. The settings within GitHub changed for a particular repo, and it's worth noting this. So if you look under the GitHub action permissions for workflows, there is now 3 tick boxes. Read repository. Now, this example I have right here is the correct example. This is how new repos tend to get created by default. But any repo that was created prior to around April 2022 doesn't look like this. Instead, it looks like this, because this is legacy. This is what the permissions were before April. And that is probably still 99% of all repos out there still have these settings set up, which means a GitHub token does have the ability to read and write permissions, and does have the ability to create and approve pull requests. So because that was the default, and this was some research, I think it was created, I want to say cybersecurity, but I might be wrong there. But they did some research and found this and disclosed it, and they changed this. But that does mean that the default is still wrong. All right, so this is hack number 3, Pwning the runner, and this will include the approval. So what can I do with a GitHub token? A lot. Primarily based on the permissions and the timeouts available. Let's talk a little bit about the timeouts. A GitHub token lasts for a maximum of 24 hours. Okay, so that's a lot of power for a lot of time. What usage limits? How long does a GitHub action job last? So that would indicate another limitation. Well, the job can last up to 6 hours. I can get a lot done in 6 hours if I have a token. How can I get that token? And what permissions do I have? This is a confusing part of the GitHub documentation, I find a little bit, because the default access, there's 2 defaults, restricted and permissive. Now, restricted is what I had. Permissive is kind of what I want. And the final warning is that if you look in the documentation about GitHub tokens, if you don't have the permissions you want, the suggestion they give you is to create a personal access token and save it as a secret. That might have a lot more permissions. And what if I can exfiltrate secrets? Well, then I kind of can potentially get the keys to the kingdom there. All right, so here's an example workflow that I'm going to use in a moment. And it's a little zoomed out. So let me just zoom in a little bit on this little bit right here. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to echo the secrets into a file, and I'm going to push those secrets out to my bad URL. And then I'm going to do my environment variable 1. Same thing I did with the issues. So I have all my environment variables. So now I have my secrets and all my environment variables, if this works. Already sounds bad, doesn't it? The hacker scenario around this, and this is a real possibility based on just looking around GitHub. Now, I hope I articulate this properly. The reality is, if I'm a baddie, I went looking for site or actions that insist you make a personal access token. I found one that was called, I think it was called AutoMerge++. I may have changed the name to protect the innocent. And its instructions were to create a personal access token with AutoMerge for AutoMerge. So it had the ability to merge PRs, which sounds pretty powerful, and it is. So what could I have done there? Well, I could have become a part of that so that I could, just almost like what I did, push a README, do some good work, get access such that I can become a collaborator on that project. You probably think this sounds like a lot of work. It is. It's perhaps far-fetched to an extent, but it's still possible. And I can then submit a workflow. Then if I can do it right, can exfiltrate that secret. Once I have that access token, I can now submit code that I can merge myself. And if I can merge my own code, then I can, once that code is in, I can start pushing that code at scale to other people. And the example I found was a company that used the auto merge to create further GitHub actions that were then used at scale. So what you end up here with is a very traditional, not traditional, but a serious supply chain attack where I'm able to manipulate code based on a token that can auto merge PRs that will be then create code that will be used by other people. Complicated, but maybe I need to rethink that diagram if that wasn't clear. Once again, we have a way to protect environment variables and secrets. And so here's what I could do. I could pause and give myself access to that token to do things. Or if I wanted to be a little bit even more mean, I could do something like this, which is a reverse shell. Okay, let's try it. Now, some things I need to do beforehand is, let's assume I've been a good boy and I've not automatically tried to create an issue that exfiltrated secrets. And thanks to good behavior, I have been added as a collaborator. So I need to do that. I need to go in here and say, all right, I really like this loud Canadian. I'm going to make them a contributor. There we go. Which is going to change what I can do and how powerful my workflows are. We can see that I've been invited to collaborate. I have to agree. I once did this presentation where I forgot to click accept, and it really does make a massive difference. Now I can get back to here. What I'm also going to do is the preventative measures that I just showed you. I'm going to add my branch protection. Main, oops. I'm going to require, there we go. Now, I mentioned code owners. We should do code owners, but I'm not going to do it this time. But here we have one merge. Now you can see here, branch protections are absolutely essential. All it requires status checks, include administrators. These are all the things I should do. Don't tick these. But what's interesting about allow force pushes is that unless you have a branch protection rule, you can do a force push. So there's a lot of important things or defaults that are really effective. So we're going to create that. Excellent. And we're going to go down. Remember those workflow permissions I was talking about? You can see I've got read and write, and I can create and approve. So everything is set up for my attacker now. But I do have branch protection on. So here's what's going to happen. Let's do a few things. One, I'm over here waiting, and I'm going to listen at my remote command and control center, let's call it. It's kind of a big finish. I hope it works. I have 5 minutes. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it called pwn, really obvious, pwn.yaml. Okie dokes. Let us, I'm not going to type it all out because it's way too long. There we go. Looks lovely. Now we can see I've got the approved thing I just put on the screen. I've got a few baddies down here as well. And you can see, look, I've got branch protection on, so that looks good. I'm going to create a new branch. I'm committing back. I'm going to propose this new file. And create a pull request. Let's look at it through the eyes of our receiver here now. Now review is required. That's awesome. And you can see it's queued. It's going to run my workflow because remember, I already got past that hurdle. Oh, look, my changes are approved. Hey, fantastic. Who approved that? The action bot. That was step 1. Uh-oh. I have a shell on my runner. All bad. I wonder what's happened over here. I have my GitHub token. I have my Postgres password, my AWS key. Oh boy, that's not good. And I have all my environment variables off one workflow. It didn't take me long to get there, did it? Now there's a sequence of, in the interest of time, there's a sequence of things I could do over here to really create a whole load of other problems. For example, I could run a git fetch. I can see my new branch. And I could do a bunch of kind of really bad things over here that can change the state of what's happening over here. Now, I'm not going to quite do that yet. Well, maybe I will. But I can. What I can do is I can delete the entire. I have enough credentials over here to delete the pull request and make it so that the pull request is just completely gone. Now, I realize I only have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to progress with the lessons learned here. I just have way too much credential on that. And the end result would be I would have persistence on the runner, and yet the pull request would be deleted. Now you can imagine how bad that would look. I could run reverse shell and potentially while self-concealing how I did it. I could even do a new commit that deletes what I previously created. So I could delete the Pwning file, I could delete everything, and I could make it look like somebody else did it. So ounces of prevention. Be careful when adding contributors. Turn on branch protection. Do not run workflows until you're 100% sure. Use environment protection. Do not add permissive tokens. And some nice to haves. Single sign-on. Scan your container images. And use events to log activity. And I mentioned the code owners file. What I really should have done is I should have had a code owners file in the .github directory that said only certain people can approve workflows. That changes the RBAC essentially. Automating your security is 2 ways to do it, I think, that I'm a big fan of. One is using the OpenSSF scorecard that has checks to make sure branch protection is turned on. It looks for some of the things I did in terms of dangerous patterns for workflows. And it also has checks to see you have more than one person as part of your organization as contributors. And of course, the project I work on, Checkoff, also does scans for exactly the sort of things I was doing. It's looking for reverse shells. It's looking for exfiltration of secrets. It's looking for curl commands. It's looking for every bad thing I did could be prevented by running a Checkoff scan on your workflow prior to checking it in or upon arrival. I'm out of time, so we won't try that. But the key takeaways here are design takes a lot of work. Defaults aren't secure. Use automation for security. And I'll stop there. I almost got it done in time.
Great job, Steve. Now I know how to hack.
Positive.
That was a really, really good finish to DevSecCon24. Just seeing things live is always a really good, it's a good way to learn. And kudos to anyone who does it, because there's so much that can go wrong in a demo. So you were very calm throughout it, and it looked like it all worked perfectly.
Demo
So well
on your
done.
side. Yeah, you can pat out that sweat now, which is very clear on your SLR camera.
Definitely.
I agree. It was amazing, and especially, Canadians, you're amazing. Canadians, you're amazing. And the way you were flowing through, it was so amazing. Totally love the energy.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best.
Yeah, Steve just tries his best and turns out to be the best. Is probably setting a new standard. Pretty awesome, man. Thanks for finishing up as well. It's really great to have you.
No worries.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much
everyone.
for joining us.
Cheers.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, Steve.
Awesome.
So I think we're at the end of the session, and I think Vandana and
Yes.
Ashish are going to wrap it up. I think we've been asked to share what our favorite talks are, but I was actually looking through everything, and I'm going to have a tough job picking. Obviously, if anyone in the chats wants to share that with us, would love to hear. I'm pretty sure you'd be on the same board, but Ashish or Vandana, do you guys have anything that you want to really pick? I definitely can't pick. I think they were all incredible.
I'll let Vandana start first.
I would say actually I'm also on the same lines. The talks were really, really amazing. Everyone was so incredible that we can't pick and choose one.
Yeah.
Oh wait, so I'm gonna take a different angle. I'm gonna take what Vandana said about the awards earlier. I'm gonna say my talk was the best.
Yeah, well, we can't say that. And hello, I think we've got a budding DevSecCon person right there. Vandana, totally good, because I think like it's only the next thing. Like we do have family members and pets joining us. That's the fun of live and hybrid world these days. No, thank you. And it was so amazing co-hosting with you, Vandana, and Ashish for joining us as well. Obviously, we do have the EMEA session starting off very shortly. And, you can check that out on DevSecCon.
As well. Very great job with the sponsors and DevSecOps team. All of you primarily just came towards the end. So everyone who's involved, great job, everyone.
Yeah, and everyone who listened to us like the whole time.
That's right. I mean, both of you did a great job, by the way. I was following on LinkedIn and Twitter that you guys are posting, so you did a great job. So kudos to you, and kudos to the speakers and the DevSecCon team that was involved in all of this.
Yeah, definitely. I did want to just call out quickly, just again, the sponsors, the CodeFresh, Contact Security, Sneak, Stackhawk, and Systek, who've made this possible. A big shout out to the team who's actually behind this. So the DevSecCon team, Sam, Carrie, and Nina. Thank you. I know a lot of work goes into this, so thank you for putting it together. Thank you for all the incredible people who are joining us on various chats as well, and especially to all our speakers who've taken time out of their day to present this, and also to my amazing co-host Vandana, who's been incredible to host with. Thank you so much for that.
I would say thank you, Shilpi and Ashish, for being amazing hosts and co-hosts. It was incredible. The energy that was there was superb, and that's what we need in sessions. Like, we are all virtual and getting back to normal these days, but still, when we are connecting from different parts of the world, it's totally needed that we have that positive vibes, positive energy with us. It was totally amazing, and love seeing Simba. It was amazing.
Yeah. He wasn't part of the agenda, but he made himself part of the agenda. Again, like I know Vandana's been doing a very good job. Join us on the Discord community that's there. The conversations are still going to keep happening. Make sure you join the EMEA session if you still have a bit more energy. Also, all the sessions are going to be available straight away on YouTube, but also every session separated would be available later on as well. So if any of the sessions you've missed out, or you really want to revisit them, because I know I definitely want to revisit some of them, they'll all be available on YouTube separated, but they're available right away if you want to see the full session again. But if I've not missed anything, Ashish and Vandana,
I think you got everyone, including Sam, Carrie, and Nina as well. So you got everyone. Great job. You didn't miss anyone.
Perfect. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining us, and hope you have a wonderful day. And, in a few hours, we'll have the EMEA session.
Awesome.
We look forward to see you all there.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. See ya.